Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1388 of the War News stream. And we have very big news yet again tonight. We have seen that today, Russia has warned that Ukraine is planning missile strikes on Moscow and Belarus. At least that's their claim right now, but a very big claim nonetheless. We've also seen that British forces are actively preparing for war as of today. And also, Europe has followed through with seizing over $210 billion in Russian assets in a very, very big move. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, folks, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we do have significant developments coming from the entire globe over the course of the day. Major news has come out from within the Russian Federation that the Russian Federation is now warning that every single one of their major cities within the southwestern region of the Russian Federation, which is where nearly 60% of the entirety of the population of the Russian Federation lives, is under the risk of Ukrainian long-range missile strikes, as the the state of Ukraine has announced today that they are now mass-producing the Sapsan intermediate-range ballistic missile, and it will be joining the Neptune medium-range ballistic missile, along with the Flamingo long-range cruise missile, in combat service with the armed forces of Ukraine. Zelensky has also confirmed in his own statements today that the Flamingo has been used extensive amounts of times inside of the Russian Federation, but he's also stated that it appears that the Russians and their intelligence gathering abilities are actually not able to discern which missiles that have hit Russia recently are Flamingos and Neptunes, and he has stated that Ukraine is going to allow for the ambiguity to remain in place as to which missiles were Neptunes and which ones were Flamingos. Nevertheless, the Russians are dealing with a much larger crisis than what kind of missile or what kind of palate tasting that they're having of different kinds of Ukrainian missiles that could be hitting their countries. As today, the European Union has conducted what is called an indefinite immobilization of all Russian assets currently withheld in the European Union. That is approximately $210 billion worth of financial assets, with the large majority of them being held within Belgium. This is a significant step in the direction of complete liquidation of the assets, as currently these assets will be indefinitely and permanently frozen inside of the European states that are currently in possession of the assets until the Russian Federation agrees to provide some form of reparations to the state of Ukraine of an equal value once the war ends or during the conflict. This also means that because of that, and considering that the Russian Federation will probably never provide those reparations, this money is already earmarked effectively right now for the support to Ukraine. It's just at the moment it's going to be on the side of rebuilding things, but here in the future the European Union may be able to leverage the Belgians enough, or generally put the burner on their ass enough, that they actually will agree and the liquidation process can begin effective immediately to then provide the support directly to Ukraine at this moment to help them to continue to fight the war. While all of that was going on, the United Kingdom is now also continuing to draw up ongoing war plans for possible scenarios involving a conflict with the Russian Federation, and we also were able to hear that a Russian submarine, a Kilo-class submarine, the Krasnodar, has actually passed through the English Channel today within international waters. The English Channel, by the way, has a very narrow strait through it that is actually international waters. The Royal Navy did follow the submarine while it was transiting through the area, and it was surfaced during the transit. Meanwhile, we've also heard significant developments from the Thailand-Cambodia conflict, as the United States of America's president today has stated that he has been able to negotiate another peace in between Thailand and Cambodia, and another ceasefire is in effect. However, video and picture evidence that we have been able to gather on the channel literally up until the last 30 minutes to the show, which is, I believe at this point, about an hour or two after the supposed ceasefire window that the president declared was going to be in effect, shows that the Thai and the Cambodians are still slugging it out at this moment, and I mean slugging it out. The Thai have started to obliterate a significant number of Cambodian military and command positions across the border, and Thai aircraft continue to rain fire from the sky on significant Cambodian military positions and forces on the southern side of the Thai border. Meanwhile, we've also heard that the United States of America has released a bombshell statement that they've apparently seized a ship that was transiting between the People's Republic of China and Iran about a month ago, with the information just being published today, to seize and secure weapons that were being shipped to Iran from China in violation of apparent sanctions. The Islamic Republic of Iran also seized another tanker today within the Gulf of Oman, according to the UK MTO, which does appear to be once again producing an effective blockade within the area, considering that this is now the second ship that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has seized around the area of the Gulf of Oman. Additionally, we also saw that the Israelis have started significant airstrikes against southern Lebanon and the Hezbollah forces there, while the United States of America is continuing to see elevated amounts of air activity near to the Venezuelan border. I do have to fact check really quickly. We're going to probably only mention this for now and maybe later on the show to once again clarify it. The information that a U.S. aircraft has entered Venezuelan airspace is incorrect at the moment. According to the data that has been presented online from open source intelligence spaces or individuals, has largely worked off of the Flight Radar 24's ability to predict where an aircraft was heading based off of its prior heading and speed. Because of that, after Rhino 61 turned off its transponder, Flight Radar 24 continued to predict its flight path, bringing it into Venezuela and into Venezuela skies. The aircraft is not within Venezuelan skies, from what we understand, as its transponder is off, and the only information that provides any details to its whereabouts is Flight Radar 24's prediction software, which generally says where an aircraft should be heading based off of its prior direction and speed. The Venezuelan government has also stated that they will not be surrendering, at least according to top Venezuelan military officials, while the United States of America is continuing to sail the seized tanker further on up towards the United States of America. It's currently north of Guadalupe. Also, we were able to see that some EA-18G Prowlers did take off today from Roosevelt Roads and were also involved in the flights that are being conducted off the Venezuelan coast. The Ukrainian armed forces have also held their line significantly today, inflicting massive casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces, while also laying waste to a significant amount of Russian critical infrastructure within the western part of Russia. We've also heard that due to the claims that Putin and the Russian government has been making that the Russian army is currently in complete control control of not only the city of Pokrovsk, but Kupyansk, Zelensky decided to take a little trip from Kyiv today and go fact-check the Russians, and literally showed up at the gates of Kupyansk and filmed a video confirming that the city is still within Ukrainian control, because he's actually able to stand at the outskirts of the city, which at that point was only about 500 yards from the front line, which is the closest that either one of the two leaders has ever come to an active front line at any point in the conflict. We also do understand that the Ukrainian armed forces did hit several other major oil rigs within the northern Caspian Sea today, which is once again causing significant issues for the Russian Federation's extraction abilities. Suffice it to say, folks, we have a lot of news again today, and we are going to be making sure to cover it in every single bit and piece of detail that we can, from the largest stories first on down into the smaller stories later on in the night. But of course, folks,
Also, by the way, real quick, I do want to make a note. Some people are asking about this. Some people are saying, did we get an update about the Apache situation in South Korea last night? There is no evidence that any Apache went into South Korea or North Korea, just to make that perfectly clear. It appears to be the same situation that's happening with that is also happening with some of the aircraft around Venezuela. So when you see people out there saying that aircraft have allegedly entered Venezuelan airspace, it's likely they're seeing some type of information that's not necessarily true or not necessarily up to date. Maybe it's some type of prediction. We're really not totally sure about that, but that's what's going on right now, by the way. So there's no evidence that anybody's being attacked in Venezuela right now. That's simply just not corroborated.
It is not corroborated, and we do want to make that clear. And a huge shout out to Enforcer Matt for giving a public clarification to a developing story that we were seeing last night. It does appear that at the end of it all, we could chalk up the South Korean development last night to spoofing, which is something that I actually said at the beginning of the night last night. I was like, I think that's probably spoofing, and it appears that it was spoofing, or it was some sort of predictive software and flight radar that suggested that the Apache was apparently heading into North Korea based off of the prior information that Flight Radar 24 had from the last time the transponder was on the helicopter. But with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the major news of the night. And that is going to be moving us on directly into the Russian Federation, Российской Федерации, because the Russian Federation has been dealing with some fairly large issues today. And one of the largest issues that we've actually been able to hear about is actually a Ukrainian announcement from President Zelensky. After he ended up styling on the Russians on the front today and then wandered off after having an award ceremony, he actually stated that the Sapsan operational tactical missile complex has entered serial production and systemic use. This is confirming that the Sapsan, which is basically a HREM or a GROM, many people probably heard about the HREM and the GROMs earlier on in the war. They never really were used or put into mass production. The Sapsan is actually the variant of the FREM and the GROM, which are also variants of the Iskander, that is finally in production and is being used to a limited extent. These missiles do have a fairly significant range, although they're still considered more so short-range ballistic missiles would be the best way to describe them, or as far as Ukrainian strike abilities are concerned, with the longest Ukrainian strike seen so far in the war being about 1,000 miles inside the Russian Federation, these would actually be considered a medium-range missile or strike system based off of the Ukrainians' abilities to conduct strikes at about 1,000 miles out as their longest range. These missiles, according to Zelensky, are also going to be joining the Neptune long-range missiles. Those are anti-ship missiles now converted to land attack, as well as the Flamingo, and another missile as well that generally has had very little information, if no information, put out on it in the public. Zelensky has also stated as a result of this that the Flamingo has actually been used several times already on some targets within the Russian Federation, but apparently, according to Zelensky and also according to us as well, the Russians appear to have never really found out which attacks were using the Flamingo and which one of them were using the Neptune. So for that reason, Zelensky has stated they're going to allow the Russians and generally the greater world to keep guessing when the Flamingo's actually being used or when it has been used, and they're going to continue to keep that ambiguity open, along with the now new introduced Sapsan, which is also going to be used in larger service as well with the Ukrainian armed forces. This has led the Russians to go into a bit of a panic, and they've actually issued a public statement today that the Russian Federation needs to be prepared for larger missile attacks, not only hitting Russia's major cities, but also those of Belarus as well. According to the information that we have from the Sapsan missile has about a 550-mile range, which means that everything within this red circle here, for some reason also including some NATO states, as the Russians put it out, of course, can actually hit Minsk, the city of Vitebsk, if you wanted to pronounce it that way, Moscow, Tula, Vladimir, Voronezh, Kursk, Belgorod, Smolensk, let's see, Tver, almost Veliki Novgorod, it's just a little bit south of that, and it can also hit Ryazan and a whole bunch of other crowd pleasers and fan favorites that everyone always enjoys. And I also have to remind you all that this is only based off of the launch ability of the Ukrainians at the closest point of the border in the Sumy Oblast. The Ukrainians could also launch these missiles within the southern area of the country, just east of Dnipro and near to the active front line in that area, which also, mind you all, puts the cities of Krasnodar, Sevastopol, Volgograd, Rostov-on-Don, Stavropol, Grozny, as well as several others, including maybe even Makhachkala, Astrakhan, Otyabinsk, and others within range of the Ukrainian Sapsan missile. These are also under the range of the Neptune missiles, which generally have a bit of a shorter range, but still can hit most of these cities when fired in the right position at the right time. But the Sapsan apparently will be causing about as much damage to Russian targets when they impact as the Iskander does inside of Ukraine whenever a Russian Iskander hits. They both have an incredibly similar warhead payload and also a range, and considering that the Sapsan is basically the Ukrainian variant of an Iskander that's been reverse engineered, it pretty much has the exact same abilities as a Russian Iskander. It may even be equipped with evasive abilities. Russian Iskander missiles in the modern day have actually been equipped with some limited evasion abilities, including a slight ability to maneuver while in flight, and also the ability to fire off countermeasures such as chaff and flares to be able to try and veer off ground air fire, and specifically in the form of any radar-guided or heat-seeking missiles, away from the missile, and to allow for a little bit of a higher chance of a success on a strike. This is, of course, something that the Russians are wildly concerned about, and they're not concerned about it for just no reason. Moscow came under attack again last night, and we were able to see some video footage coming out from Moscow showing us, for one, in this picture, another Liudi making its way through the air defense perimeter in western Moscow, specifically southwestern Moscow, and we also got this picture here and video showing another Liudi taking a little joyride through the Russian air defense perimeter. Unfortunately, this video doesn't appear that it's going to be loading at this moment, or possibly anytime soon. So we're not going to
a little bit shy. This video right here is a little bit shy, I would say. Isn't it funny though that every time it seems like every time a Ukrainian ballistic missile, a new one goes into mass production, it seems like Russia instantly comes out with the claim that, oh, the Ukrainians are going to smash Moscow with it, they're going to smash Minsk with it, they're going to smash like every major like Russian aligned city with it every time there's a new missile in production. Honestly, it seems to me like that's their go-to propaganda line, at least to me. When they start doing that. But the Sapsan, it sounds very, very potent, a very, very potent weapon. So I doubt they're going to be firing it at Minsk, but maybe Moscow might see one possibly.
They could see one in Moscow, but there's just such a wide variety of targets within this area. Funnily enough, folks, the Russians started a war with Ukraine, which Ukraine shares, at least as far as land border area with Russia. Not an incredibly large area, but what's ironic about it is that the area right across from the Ukrainian border is the most populated and industrially and economically important part of Russia that exists in the whole country. So basically, the Ukrainians have a very target-rich environment within this area, and there are a load of different targets that they could hit. I could just mention a couple of them off the top of my head. Obviously, the Ryazan refinery and power plant are definitely on the list. The Ukrainians consider this to be a crowd pleaser and a fan favorite. They love to hit this thing basically every other week, so I can bet you that one of those missiles will eventually hit the Ryazan refinery and power plant, which are all on the same campus. Additionally, there also is a smaller Army air base just north of Ryazan as well, which could also be targeted and hit, along with the energy facilities that are further south of the city. Additionally, we also know that the city of Tula does have several significant industries within it, including a small military airfield, which may currently be used at the moment. We're not entirely sure on that. And there's also some larger industries here to the west of the city, and also to the south, which could also be used as well by the Russian Federation for wartime purposes and could be attacked. There's a significant metallurgical plant to the southeast of the city as well, which could also be directly hit by a Ukrainian missile strike. Once again, we do have to consider, folks, that with Ukrainian long-range drones, their payloads, at least in terms of the warhead, are usually around 50 to 100 pounds at this moment. These missiles are able to provide a 1,000-pound warhead on delivery, same-day shipping, to any region of the Russian Federation in much much less time than it takes for a drone to transit there. So these are able to cause far more damage in a singular strike than even 10 Ukrainian drones would be able to manage if they hit the same facility all at once. We also understand that the city of Smolensk does have a significant amount of strategic targets and infrastructure around the area, with a large industrial sector of the city down here. We do understand that the Smolensk Institute of Economics and generally the entirety of the surrounding area is involved in some wartime production or wartime research and development. These facilities could be direct strategic targets of the state of Ukraine, along with the rail yards within the central area of the city, although there would be civilian collateral that would most likely hinder those strikes from being approved. And we also understand to the north of the city, there is once again another possibly used military airfield that may have been renovated or re-inhabited by the Russian army that could also be used at this point and could be attacked. We could go through every single city like this within the area that's not Moscow, and all of these cities are once again within range. And if a 1,000-pound warhead lands on those, the damage is going to be quite telling. We have actually very rarely ever seen anything that gets close to a 1,000-pound warhead being used on the Russians. The closest that we've gotten to that is the A-22 Foxbat drone, which does have a fairly large warhead, but we understand that that one gets up to about 500 pounds. So still only half the firepower of a Flamingo, a Sapsan, or any other similar variant of longer-range missile that can strike within these areas.
When's the last time you've heard of Russia coming up with like a new novel weapon design like this? I think the last one that they've tried to develop and tried to work on testing it, it was that medium-range ballistic missile. What's the nickname for it, by the way, again? The one they keep yapping about all the time that they're going to strike Ukraine with. Do you remember the name of it?
The Oreshnik.
Yeah, the Oreshnik. I just remember it as the IRBM at this point. But yeah, the Oreshnik is what it's called. The Oreshnik has not had a good track record. That's one of Moscow's most recent made weapons, or at least the newest fielded weapon they have. That weapon does not have a good track record. Meanwhile, Ukraine, though, when it comes to developing new weapons, they're coming out with like the Flamingo. They got the Sapsan going into mass production. Ukraine's actually making breakthroughs with technology when it comes to missiles and weaponry. Russia isn't. In fact, Russia's just struggling to keep up with what they even have.
Oh, I see you've forgotten many of the other great and impressive weapons of the wondrous and proud и Krasnoshimia, и Legendaria Rossiyski army. Let me remind you of a couple that you've forgotten about, Matthew. We, of course, have to mention the Burevestnik. Oh, shit, I forgot that one. That we never saw it, actually.
Is that the nuclear cruise missile that they were saying they were going to test?
Do you taste metal? Do you taste metal?
Yeah, remember they claimed they tested it, but we never saw any footage from it. So I still don't believe they tested it. They claimed they did, but taking the Russians' word for something is not the best thing to do.
Well, I mean, maybe you have a point on that one, but Matthew, do not be such a detractor of the Russians. We do have to remember the other more important missile, the Sarmat. The destroyer of... Oh, shit, it blew up at the pad. Never mind. Let's see. Let's think of another... Oh, yes. Oh, the Avangard. The Avangard hypersonic glide vehicle blade. You all remember when it was launched at that facility just north of Orsk, and then it blew up. Oh, yeah, I forgot. That weapon is also not usable as well. Correction, everyone. Practically every weapon in the Russian army is unusable at the moment. So, basically, they're trying... but they're not really coming up with anything that works. So that's probably the issue. They've come up with about 4 different weapons during the war in Ukraine. Most of them, funnily enough, folks, are actually revolving around strategic nuclear weapons, which have no impact on the conventional war in Ukraine. And still, folks, none of them work. Absolutely none of them do. I think the Oreshnik has a 50% launch success rate, and that is the highest success rate that they have. So when they fire off an Oreshnik, they are literally flipping a coin on whether or not that thing is going to fail or actually work.
Yeah, honestly, the Oreshnik is as elusive as Lavrov is these days. Like, I think Lavrov, I saw him yesterday evening, I think. He came out and spoke on camera. But yeah, that missile is very, very elusive. And it can only be because it doesn't have a good track record. Because they were hyping that thing up to hell and back. They were saying, oh, the Oreshnik's what's going to destroy the Kiev regime, blah, blah. So, and I'm like, where'd it go? Like, it just disappeared. Like, you don't ever see the thing. You don't really hear about it very much or anything. I think they shelved it. They were like, we got to like pretend like this thing doesn't exist. It doesn't work.
Man, and they did that well. They did that well. They completely had to they did not know that the weapon even existed. But what's even more interesting, folks, is that with the Oreshnik having a 50% launch rate, and this is just speaking of their new weaponry, the older stuff generally does usually have a much higher success rate per launch, but everything new that they've made is terrible. Like, for example, the Satan 2, aka the Sarmat, it has about from what we know, a 25% success rate at launch or lower. That means that you would have to fire all 4 of them to have the chance of one of them possibly working all the way to impact at its terminal phase when it's actually firing off its MIRVs and its MIRVs are hitting the United States. So it's not an incredibly good success rate that's going on in Russia. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians are pumping out a new weapon about every day of the week at this point, most of them drone-based, and they're finally getting on into the missile development field, and most of them appear to be working. We've very rarely heard of any Ukrainian missiles having incredibly high failure rates. The failure rates, if we're talking about how many of them fell, it's usually around 10% to 15% from what we can tell. There are duds, there always will be duds, but it's a acceptable amount of duds, especially considering that these are being mass produced and quality control probably isn't incredibly enforced or strictly enforced, considering that they're having to try and develop these and mass produce them in huge numbers. But a lot of people are talking at the moment about the Ukrainians and the announcement of the brand new Sapsan missile. And a lot of people are wondering what they're going to be doing next with this missile, if anything. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So Ukraine did just announce, by the way, that the Sapsan ballistic missile is going into production. So now Russia, like we mentioned, is freaking out. Russian media is claiming that Ukraine plans to launch strikes on Minsk, which is the capital of Belarus, which so far Ukraine has not attacked, and also launch attacks on Moscow using the Sapsan. So the Russians, they're hyping this up. They're apparently, at least if you believe their word on Russian media, they are getting worried. So what are your thoughts about the whole situation? 58% said Ukraine is planning some new strikes, and they believe the report. 30% said it sounds like more Russian propaganda and it's fake, and 7% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So kind of like I mentioned earlier, I do not believe that Ukraine is going to launch strikes on Minsk, which is the capital of Belarus. That would be wildly escalatory, and also it would likely drag Belarus into the war, which is not what Ukraine would want. So it would be unwise for Ukraine to do that, and also I don't really foresee Zelensky actually pulling that off. So I don't believe that's going to be happening. Also, that would probably be met with some pretty strong condemnation from the United States as well, based on what we're hearing out of the current administration. So I don't believe these claims, to be perfectly honest. They'll use the Sapsan to hit strategic targets like they use like for everything. Like, for example, the Flamingo. They'll hit things that are strategic. They're not going to start launching huge strikes into the capital cities. That's simply not going to happen. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I'll be with 58%. They're definitely planning more strikes. They're conducting strikes on the nightly right now, and they have been for weeks. So they're definitely planning new strikes, and they're going to be involving these missiles as a part of the strikes. But hitting Moscow and Minsk, I mean, like, the whole claim that the Russians are always putting out is to fearmonger their own people, and also to get some stupid people in America to go, don't give Ukraine a dime. They're going to use it to hit a city. And, you know, and then they get those people to get on board with acting like the Ukrainians are villains, although we've never seen them hit civilian centers in any large amount. And they only just recently started to hit energy infrastructure as a reprisal action of the Russians hitting their energy infrastructure for 3 straight winters. So I would say that they are definitely going to be planning more strikes, but they're not going to be blowing up the Kremlin, and they're also not going to be blowing up the government buildings, the central government buildings in Minsk either. It's absolutely not going to be happening. They will hit a load of refineries, they will hit a load of military factories, and other critical infrastructure vital to the war effort in the Russian economy, but they're not going to be going for Moscow, and especially anywhere that's civilian populated. The Ukrainians have an incredibly good track record of not doing that, so it would be highly unlikely that they're going to be doing that anytime soon. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But speaking of those strikes, speaking of what the Ukrainians do hit, we do understand that the Ukrainians did conduct another attack overnight, and it was as successful as the one the night before, moving us on up into the area of the city of Tver. Which I gotta tell y'all, folks, every time I think of Tver, I always think of this one thing. There was this private jet, folks, story a long time ago from a war far, far away, but there was this private jet that took off from Moscow. Specifically, it took off, I believe, from an airport. Yeah, it took off from the Vnukovo airport right out here. It was a private jet black private jet, solid black. It took off from this airport, and it went flying this way, and then it went north. It started flying over Tver, and right after it made it over the city of Tver, which is just a little bit north of Moscow, right around here at the town of Dimitrovskoye, a Russian air defense battery using a Panzer S-1 fired at that private jet and shot it down, and nobody on that jet survived the shooting. And what happened is that was in the fall of 2023, and that was Yevgeny Prigozhin, the nutsack, along with his friend. I forgot the name of his friend, but they both ended up. What? Who?
It was Dmitry Utkin. His last name was Utkin.
Dmitry Utkin. Yeah, it was Dmitry Utkin. And they both died out here in a field right outside of Dimitrovskoye, right outside of the city of Tver. I still remember that whenever we talk about the city of Tver. I'm like, out there was a burn mark in a field. And the only guy who had actually attempted during Putin's entire reign to militarily overthrow him died in such a unceremonious way just north of the city of Tver. What a time to have lived through back then, to see a literal military coup attempted against Putin in the midst of a war. It'll probably come around again, but it was a wild time to be in for sure.
Remember, though, he did get a little memorial, and now I think they bulldozed a memorial, like, not too long after. So yeah, he got it for like a brief minute. He got his flowers for like maybe like a week or something, and then Putin was like, "Wait a minute, are we really putting up a monument to the guy that they just eliminated?" And he's like, "Bulldoze it." So they bulldozed the whole thing.
Man, I remember while they were marching to Moscow, the Russian government was sending guys out there to go rip down the Wagner billboards in the midst of the coup, so that way people would stop calling them up and trying to join. But near the area of Tver, another attack was conducted by the Ukrainians overnight, and we did get to hear the sound of explosions around the city area as the attack was ongoing. Oh, listen to that.
Wait a second. Is this the same clip we saw last night, just simply mirrored or something?
Well, it says
it looks very
from
similar.
The 12th.
That's wild. It looks almost identical to the other one. Ukraine's being very consistent with these strikes.
It really, honestly, man, it really does look almost identical. It looks like it's almost in the same parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It literally hit the same part of like the area of the building too. That's kind of wild. Like Ukraine is really being consistent.
This might, this actually is probably from yesterday, because if I'm thinking about it correctly, right now in Europe, it's the 13th of December, and it's probably around 3 or 4 in the morning, or at least at 5 in the morning in the UK right now. So this probably is from yesterday, but we got another clip, folks, from another angle. So now we're going to put it that way, folks. There actually wasn't an attack that we could confirm on Tver tonight, but we did get another clip, another angle, now that I'm thinking about the actual time frame there, because I looked at the time frame earlier. I was like, oh, the 12th. That must be today, because it is the 12th here. And I completely mistook and forgot to remember that they're in the future, technically, by a day in Europe. So it would actually be the 13th right now over there this very time, and it would be the 12th over here. So yesterday, when it was the 11th, it was the 12th over there when this happened. So here's another angle of that drone impact, though, in Tver. But y'all get the gist. Y'all saw most of this yesterday, but there was another angle of that attack. We're going to be moving on from that clip and on into the area of Yaroslavl. Yaroslavl has been getting hit pretty badly recently. Now, a new attack didn't occur at Yaroslavl. That is one thing that I can confirm to y'all up front right now. But one thing that is quite interesting, however, is that the attack from yesterday has bore quite a lot of fruit, or at least a lot of progress in what's been going on. You see the oil refinery, which is down here, not near to the arsenal, that's just a little north, by the way, that does produce ammunition for the Russian Federation. Not an important point at all to bring that up. But moving on south of that and into the area of the Yaroslavl refinery, the refinery appears to have been hit quite heavily, and we were able to get proof today that the refinery is heavily damaged from people who were driving by and looking at the smoke and fire still belching from key parts of the facility. And from what we understand, the Yaroslavl refinery is out for the count right now while they're trying to fight the blaze and eventually repair the damage. Oh, it sounds like we have Trap Remix. We'll have to mute that.
Also, by the way, a fun fact, the Russians were so embarrassed by the strike because it really hurt this oil refinery so badly. They were actually closing off streets where people could not go see the extent of the fire after some of these people filmed it, like this video right here. They started closing it off and they created massive traffic jams in the city, as you can see right here.
Yeah, take a look at this. They're literally blocking off the city streets. Excuse me, no flash photography. Man, man, imagine living in a country like that.
I'm surprised they haven't done this before now, honestly.
Man, honestly, you know, it is quite interesting, but then again, they can't hide it forever. Someone can go up to a high floor in one of these apartment buildings and film it.
Some say the Russians can't handle the truth, and I would tend to agree.
Man, the local authorities were like, nothing to see here, everyone. Just a closed street for no reason after you heard a loud boom in the distance. It's nothing, really. But the Yaroslava refinery is down and out for the count. We also saw some additional news down near the city of Orsk, which is just south of this city, which is very happy from what I hear. But moving on from that and down towards Orsk, we did get to see a large fire within this area. Apparently it's a machine factory, and this wasn't a Ukrainian drone attack from what we understand either. Apparently it was some sort of a workplace accident, which I'm sure many of y'all know is a very high likelihood, because if we go back to that video of the Russian bomb factory and that dude manhandling bombs with a forklift, I think you can get the idea that workplace accidents aren't really that unheard of within Russia. But here's this clip. The smoke is the days. We also saw in this clip more of the smoke.
There's always some hard bass going on in the background. This person's listening to some of that techno bop.
Man, also, by the way, folks, I want to remind you all of all this. You know, Russia is so far ahead of the United States, America is a shithole. Except for every other part of Russia that isn't downtown Moscow. Because look at these absolutely dingy Khrushchevka apartments that are about 60 years old at this point, and were only supposed to have survived for about 25. You see, Khrushchevkas were built as prefab buildings with a limited lifespan on them. They were expected to only last for 25 years until they were to be replaced. They never were replaced, so a lot of them are about 3 times beyond their average life expectancy at this point in years. So you can get an idea that these buildings are quite literally falling apart if they were only designed to last for 25 years and they're now about 60 years old. But moving on from that,
this is what you call extending the lifespan on the construction. It's really, honestly, it shouldn't have had a year of lifespan on it, if you ask me. It looked terrible from the moment they built it. But, you know, honestly, I think that's a good design, actually, because if you're going to run some buildings ragged and keep them in service for way too long, way beyond they should be renovated, then if you make it look like trash to begin with, then it'll look like trash when it's actually needing renovating too. So you're already at the same level.
man, also, we can see the fire here as well, and I gotta say, man, the name of this little mall down here is absolutely pitiful. Nasha Zoloto. You know what that means?
Big bad mall.
Our gold.
Oh, our gold, eh?
Man, I think you can see a little Burger King. I probably got a Burger King down there. Probably a ripoff. But still, pretty interesting to see these fires here in the city of Orsk. Oh my God, folks! This is a picture, by the way, folks, from the set of the movie 1984. Look at that, Matthew. This looks like living purgatory right here.
That looks like really bad areas of China, like their industrial buildings. That looks like a China industrial building.
Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does, actually. Not good. Not good that we could say that for sure. But we did get to see that little machinery plant caught on fire, and it was very, very unfortunate. Meanwhile, in Saratov, we also saw other Ukrainian attacks happening on Saratov tonight. Here comes Ukraine. Here comes Ukraine.
Damn.
They even had to turn down the audio on the replay. Like, did you see that, man? Like, look at the screen.
Yeah.
Man, look at them. They're like, damn. They lowered that. Where's our slide whistle? Oh, there it was at the end. There it was. Oh, man. Saratov was getting slammed, folks. Here's some more footage of it, by the way. Oh, there's a little air defense missile. Oh, actually, there's a spotlights.
Oh.
Correction.
It's like a prison break, but like the prison's burning to the ground out there in the distance with those things. I don't know if they can actually see anything with the spotlights. Is it just for like visual effect, like they're trying to target them, or can they actually spot the drones with that?
I don't think they can spot anything with those. I think it really is more so for like the visual effect and maybe the slight chance they can see something, maybe. Also, here's another clip. Oh, looking out the blinds, I see. Oh. Oh, look, they got a direct impact. Oh, boy.
Close the blinds, honey. It's ugly outside.
Man, baby, it's cold outside. But anyways, we also got to see this other clip.
Пиздец, там небо красным
Вот
стало
твою
просто и
мать.
всё. И стоит.
This isn't a bad
Damn,
gig,
bro.
you know, like the Russians that just wake up in the middle of the night and start filming this stuff right here. They just roll out of bed, grab their phone, turn on the camera, and just wait.
Man, bro, they just sit there and go, another attack on Saratov has happened in this specific direction, at this specific facility. They give us so much info, folks, and we got to thank the Russian citizens for whipping out the phone whenever anyone is, getting attacked in Russia. But, as you can see, on the Russian mainland, things didn't go well. Down in the Caspian Sea, we also saw that things, once again, went poorly down here. The Ukrainians hit another rig today. They have actually hit the Filanovsky oil platform for the second time this week, and hit the Korchagin, that's a very hard one to say, platform in the Caspian Sea. I guess you could say that the Korchagin was hit to the Russian chagrin, but also it apparently damaged critical equipment and halted production at the oil loading, or more so oil extraction facilities, the rigs. Here's some more pictures of the attack when it was happening. So it does appear that the Ukrainians also were able to hit a couple of more rigs within the Caspian Sea. Really sad for the Russians. One more strike that we have to confirm, this one's actually from several days ago. We heard a report from the Russians that an Antonov 22 had been hit by a Ukrainian drone and had been completely destroyed. We now have exact details on that situation. A Russian Antonov 22 was attempting to take off at the Kacha military airbase, apparently at the southern end of the tarmac down here, and a Ukrainian long-range drone actually flew all the way to this airbase at the right time, at the right place, to run directly into the side of the plane while it was about to take off and destroy it. Here's the clip that the Ukrainians put out of that attack. There's the Antonov. You can actually see the propellers are actually actively spinning. This aircraft is lined up on the runway for takeoff, and if the Ukrainian drone had just been 30 seconds later, they would have missed the plane most likely. It most likely would have been airborne at that point and completely impossible to take down with a drone. But this one got lucky, and it went right into the side of the fuselage, blasting right through. From what we know, the transport was filled with Russian soldiers or Russian officers that were being transported back to Russia, and it's turned into a mass casualty event for the Russian armed forces. Not good for them. But that's all of the strikes that the Ukrainians have conducted against Rossiyskyi Federatsii today. And we are going to be moving on into some other major news that we've gotten out of Europa. We have been able to hear that inside of Belgium today, or more so inside the European Union, which it's headquartered in Belgium, in Brussels, they have now announced that the EU has indefinitely immobilized Russian assets. This ensures that up to $210 billion in Russian funds stays inside of the European Union, unless Russia fully pays reparations to Ukraine for the damage it has caused. We keep increasing pressure on Russia until it takes negotiations seriously, according to HALTS, which is saying that quite accurately. That is the approach that we should be trying to take. Next week's European Council will be crucial to secure Ukraine's financial needs for the coming years, which means that Kaja Kallas is expecting that the European Council will be voting on fully liquidating these Russian assets and largely forcing the Belarusians into compliance probably within the next week at the next vote. This is a significant move. This is now confirming that these frozen Russian assets by European Union order cannot be moved outside the European Union. They are practically indefinitely frozen at this point until they are going to be liquidated. So it does appear that liquidation is going to be highly likely around the corner at this point, and the European Union is trying to work their way largely through lawfare at this point in the EU to get the Belgians to comply and to start the final liquidation of these assets to be able to continue to fund the war in in Ukraine, which is incredibly important to European security at this point. A lot of people have actually been talking about this major development, which I have to state is a wildly major development, especially in terms of how this war will unfold over the next several years, or really just over the next year and a half, because that's probably how much longer it'll last. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so this is definitely a very, very big move. It's nothing to be understated here because the EU has immobilized the $210 billion in frozen Russian assets until Russia agrees to pay reparations to Ukraine for destroying their country with the start of this war. So, what are your thoughts? 49% said Russia will ramp up hybrid warfare as a result of this action, while 31% said Russia will do absolutely nothing, and 18% said Russia will attack NATO over this issue. So the one thing we've seen Russia already do is they're currently suing a bank or a financial institution that is alleged to be involved with holding some of the Russian assets inside of Europe. That is one way that Russia is lashing out right now, but I think that's only the beginning because this right here is considered, I think, the nuclear option for Europe against Russia. And Russia has been doing all kinds of things to try to prevent this, like hybrid warfare. They've been threatening officials. They've been going overboard trying to prevent this from happening. So now that it's been actually immobilized, that is a huge step toward actually liquidating these funds and basically taking this money away from the Russian Federation, which they desperately need. It's $210 billion to the Russians. That is like hitting the piggy bank at this point, to say the least. So I think Russia is going to ramp up hybrid warfare against all the countries that they believe are involved in taking their money. They're going to be ramping that up. They won't go blatantly and attack NATO because that would start clearly a direct war. And I don't think Russia's really ready for that right this second. But they will definitely start more hybrid warfare. I'm with the 48%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 48% as well. They're definitely going to be starting hybrid warfare as a response. They are getting involved in lawfare at this point by starting a lawsuit against the company, and if I believe the name is correct, let's see, Euroclear at the moment, which is a Belgian financial institution that is holding the large majority of the seized assets, but it's in a Moscow court. So I want to make that a little bit clear. The Russians are obviously going to rule in their favor, and this also is going to have no impact on Europe's ability to do anything because Euroclear is in Belgium, not in Russia, and Russia has no legal authority inside of Belgium, the European Union, or any of the NATO alliance for that matter. So this is practically a show trial, so that way the Russians can go, they're doing this against the law, and freak out about it, because there is no way in hell that a Moscow court can ever have any authority on a European company based out of Belgium that has no financial operations or incredibly small amounts that still exist within the Russian Federation at this point. So that's largely more so symbolic than anything, but it is also showing us that the Russians are trying to set themselves up to have some sort of legal precedent, at least on the home front diplomatically, to start conducting more hybrid warfare operations against Europe. So that's most likely going to be the end result of this, but that's nothing new, and the Russians are pretty much ramping those up anyways, with or without this entire liquidation issue looming overhead on the Russians. Additionally, we did get to hear within Europe that the British are continuing to work on war plans at the moment, which is honestly nothing new. The British have been doing this for a while. And, of course, there's someone in Britain who comes out every other week. I mean, this has happened again this week. If Britain goes to war, will only last 2 weeks. It's like, where the hell did they get that window from, that time frame?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
It's rubbing off on people. It's rubbing off.
But I got to say this, folks. The whole thing, like, this is something that I find very silly, and I got to explain this to folks. The whole thing of, we'll only survive 2 weeks, it's not true. It's never true. The Ukrainians were only supposed to last 3 days, and now they've lasted almost 4 years. Britain would not last only 2 weeks in a war with Russia. Because you know something that they're not really considering when they put in the analysis there? How many bullets do the Russians got? How many tanks they got? How many we got? How many bullets we got? And they completely forget you can just make more, you know? It's not like bullets are, you know, something that's fallen out of the sky from a meteor and you got to go mine them out of an asteroid. You can just make more bullets. You can manufacture more. You can conscript more men. You can build more tanks. And as long as you got the general supply lines and the logistics systems down to be able to do that, you can go to town. You can beat the hell out of anyone in the world, really, if you want to. And so the British could go for a war longer than 2 weeks. And also, it's a stupid analysis because from what we know, most of the analysts that make those statements, they make those statements based off of the UK fighting Russia alone, which will never happen, because they'll at least have most of the European Union portion of NATO with them if that war happens. So it's a completely goofy sort of a metric. And on top of that, another thing is, like, this whole thing that they do here, it drives me crazy with the analysis, because they say this for everyone in the world. They completely forget that one of the big things of the NATO alliance was caliber and equipment standardization, meaning that a 120 millimeter shell that's used in a German tank in Germany can also be used in a British tank in Britain. The same rifle rounds that are used in a German G36 can be used in a British L85 or the HK416s that they're beginning to adopt right now. Same with France, same with Poland, same with America, same with everyone. If the British run out of small arms rifles, ammo, tanks, or anything else, guess what they do? They just get out a purchase order from Germany, from, say, Kraussmann, Wegmann, or Rheinmetall, or they go to the United States to something like the Lake City ammunition plant. They go, we want an order of several gazillion 5.56 rounds, and then they start shipping them over to Britain, and then they start increasing production here in the United States, and we stand to make a good amount of money off of that. So I don't know why in the world they always make that sort of a deal, especially in Britain, because I will say this, folks, Britain's military is historically quite small now compared to it's always been, but also I cannot stand the endless fear-mongering that's done by, like, people in Britain, because people in Britain, they'll say stuff like the military's small, and I completely agree, and it should be expanded to be far larger and far more expansive. But then some people will sit there and go, Britain's so weak that if Russia goes to war with us, we're falling over. It's like, no, you're not. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, that's not going to happen. It didn't happen in Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine's far worse off than Britain is right now in 2022. If they aren't going to fall, why would Britain fall? That makes no sense. And also, on top of that, it's like, that's completely forgetting the point that Britain's a freaking island. So for Russia to do anything to Britain, they've got to cross some body of water that's somewhat significant. And the Royal Navy, even as big as it is now, can defend the British Islands. It's literally tailored to the British Islands defense. It's not like
And also, even if you actually did only have 2 weeks of defensive capabilities, even if that was accurate, why would you come out and say that? The way I interpret it is when people come out saying things like that, like, oh, we're only going to last 2 weeks against the Russians. That's basically like a very indirect, sneaky talk for saying, we're scared of the Russians, let's just not mess with it. Like, it's coward talk is what that is. Because if you were really concerned about your defense, you would keep that quiet and simply work on it in the background. You wouldn't come out and advertise that unless you're actively trying to, sort of advocate for cowardice, basically.
You know, the people who come out and say that, though, they're not in the British military currently. It's like some random retired dude, like a lot of people here in America who go, the Russians will curb stomp America, and it's like they're paid by, like, Russia Today, or there's some Russian money source going that way, sort of. That generally is what it seems to be the case. And I also saw someone say, just to address this really quickly, a little side note, Leopard Messiah said, are you guys going 7.62 now? No, we are trying to go 6.8, which is a new cartridge that we developed here in America for the SIG Spear. It's probably not going to catch on, though, because from what we know, it's run into a bit of teething issues, and currently we only issue that to the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Airborne, which are the only active brigades that currently field the M277, which is the SIG Spear, and they're using the 6.8 cartridge, but it generally appears that we're going to stay with the NATO standardized 5.56 probably well on into the future. So I hope that addresses that side note well. Good question. But we're moving close to the 7.62, but it's actually halfway in between the 5.56 and the 7.62. It's a 6.8, which is a brand new cartridge. So either we're going to try and get the whole of NATO to adopt that new cartridge, which will be a long and laborious process to do, or we're going to completely abandon the whole 6.8 deal and just leave it for the airborne as a limited use rifle for more special forces, and then we'll just continue to use the 5.56 in regular army units, or really the rest of the military at large. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, I see that Jacob Ryan has actually talked about the SIG Spear. He's actually been issued one. He says that he likes it. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. But with that, folks, we do have to move on into the rest of our news, because I'm trying to pace this thing out tonight where we go at a good clip and a nice tempo, and we have to get on down into East Asia to talk about the Thailand-Cambodia war. But before we get on into all the details about the Thailand-Cambodia war, we do have to make sure take a little bit of a moment to say, holy moly, folks, thank you all so much for watching so far tonight. We have a long ways to go and a lot of interesting news to go with that. We've got crazy exclusive footage of Thailand and Cambodia. And not only that, we have a lot of more interesting developments coming out of the Americas for the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow and the Ukraine war itself, which was very drama-filled today as far as the major tactical actions that are going on and also the diplomatic actions that were made by the Ukrainian government. So with that in mind, make sure to stick around, but we are going to give everyone a little bit of a breather for a moment to go get some popcorn, maybe go to the restroom, or take a minute to check your emails, and we're going to answer 3 questions from the chat, and then we're going to be moving on to the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, real quick, I see people still mentioning Venezuela. I've been watching that situation, by the way, just to make sure that nothing's slipping by us. Whoever's out there saying that currently Venezuela is under attack by F-16s, if it's happening, which I personally doubt it is happening at this very second, if it is happening, it's not on public information. It's not on Flight Radar 24. So we can't say with any type of credible accuracy that something's happening. So if someone's saying that, they are completely speculating and completely going off their gut on that. So we don't do that here, by the way. So
Also,
we're going to pass on that story.
Also, really quickly,
Yep.
I'll give a little bit more analysis, folks, so that way we're not leaving it just at the baseline, because honestly, it really more so is a baseline thing. It appears to be complete misinformation, but I'll also add in a little bit of additional details for folks. The United States of America currently has a NOTAM, which is a Notice to Airmen that's issued over the entirety of the nation of Venezuela over an indefinite period of time. And while the Venezuelan aircraft and Colombian aircraft have been completely ignoring this NOTAM and flying through Venezuelan airspace, if military action was being conducted, the U.S. Naval Air Arm or the U.S. Air Force or the United States Marine Corps Air Arm would be actively threatening to shoot down aircraft that are within the area of military operations and forcing them to divert. If that was the case, we would see that on flight radar. And currently, around the area that reportedly Rhino 61 was seen entering Venezuelan airspace, there are actually 3 civilian aircraft within close proximity. This one here actually took off from Caracas, which would not be allowed to take off, mind you, if the U.S. Navy or Air Force was conducting air actions right over that island, which Rhino 61 passed over earlier, at least according to the supposed claims, which appear to be untrue. Additionally, there was also a Laser Airlines flight that would be flying directly through the midst of airstrikes right now if they were happening, and there's also another flight from Kupyansk, which is a Venezuelan state-run airline, that is also going to be flying through that area as well. So if there was active combat activities going on right now and airstrikes within this area, all of these aircraft would show visible diversions within their flight path, and none of them do. So it's showing us at the moment that there is absolutely no actions being made right now that would suggest that the United States of America is conducting airstrikes on western Venezuela, which is where Rhino 61 was seen.
The only thing so far we've seen tonight is it looks like they were carrying out maybe exercises or drills involving a whole bunch of different U.S. Air Force aircraft. That's been the only thing we've seen so far. We have seen them within the vicinity of Venezuela, but they haven't been going into Venezuela and conducting strikes. So a very important distinction. But jumping to our first super chat, though, this one's going to go to Mark Ead, and Mark puts in a very generous $50 support. And thank you very much, Mark, for supporting the channel, and we do appreciate that very, very much once again tonight. And he said, sure, fellas, LSA and New Zealand.
Hey, and a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Marky, all the way down there from New Zealand. We thank you so much for being a part of the Lee Spring Army's contingent inside of New Zealand, and we've got to say that it's an absolutely wonderful and impressive thing to know that folks like you continue to support this channel and help it to keep on running. It's folks like you who help to make this entire channel possible and help the Lee Spring Army to continue to say that we will never truly die. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Tulsa Tater, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Tulsa, for that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And Tulsa said, good evening, Enforcers, and hello, LSA, and Slava Ukraine. And what are the Enforcers' opinions or options on Ukraine striking Putin Palace? And do you think it will escalate the war to the next level, at least retaliation strikes from Russia? And hopes this helps with snacks.
And thank you so much for the snack fund. And I would have to say that as far as retaliatory strikes, we might see some possibly that could be conducted, but it's highly unlikely. We do understand that the Ukrainians have attempted to conduct surveillance and reconnaissance around Putin's private residences, but I have never actually seen them try and conduct a direct attack on those residences. And if they have, we haven't heard about them because apparently that's been buried in Russia as far as the information coming out. I would highly doubt that they would, because usually it's considered to be a bit of bad form to have direct armed action from your armed forces try and strike some form of a leader's residence or office. We've very rarely seen the Russians conduct that or succeed, and we have seen that Russian hitmen have attempted to kill Zelensky dozens of times, much like Ukrainian hitmen are also probably trying to kill Putin dozens of times, but those actions are conducted by intelligence services and lead to a high amount of deniability, or at least plausible deniability, to where if the assassination was successful, the Ukrainians could claim that they weren't behind it and it was someone else possibly, and then that would rely on Russian counterintelligence being good, which probably isn't really that great, to be entirely honest with you. So generally that's what we would expect if any attacks were conducted against Putin, but direct attacks by the Ukrainian armed forces against any of Putin's private dachas, residences, mansions, or the Kremlin is next to pretty much unlikely. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night.
Also, by the way, just out of desperation at this point, we have been mispronouncing an island off of Venezuela, by the way. Real quick, I do want to get this correct this time, so that way I can stop seeing people remind us in the live chat about this. The little island off of Venezuela is called Curacao. That's what it's called, not Curacao. So there's been so many people. I've been getting messages on Twitter about that. I've been getting emails about it. I've been getting live chats about it. So Curacao. Let's remember, Enforcer, Curacao, please, please.
I'm going to call that dang Curacao. Man, I'm going to call that dang Curacao, man. We go into Aruba and Curacao, man. But beyond that, I got to say, we will try and correct that and say Curacao from now on, because we do not want to get the names wildly incorrect. We only want to get them a little bit incorrect, so it's mildly inconveniencing, but not completely ignorant sounding. But with that, I hope that addresses that correction from the chat, and let's get that last question, and then we're going to be moving on to the rest of the news.
And the last one here goes to none other than Bobby, LC39A, by the way, and he puts in a massive $100 support. And thank you, Grunt Bobby, for the $100 and helping to keep the channel running very, very strong. And Bobby said, better late than never.
And you know what? You're always right. That's what I say. Better late than never. That's what I always say for folks coming onto the show. It's always better to be here than to not be, even if you're late. And I got to say a massive, humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Bobby43. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we just would not be able to keep this channel possible and keep it running. And so a massive, humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the rest of our news for the night. And we are going to be moving on down into Southeast Asia and getting on into the Thailand and Cambodia news. But, folks, before we get into it, I do have to tell y'all that from heaven above, oh my God, who is it? Oh my goodness, is it the great and glorious leader of the United States of America? That's right, everyone, and you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. He's created another ceasefire. And he didn't. But we did hear an announcement today that apparently the President of the United States has claimed that he's put another ceasefire in place with the Thai and the Cambodian. So I'll read you all the statement, and then I'm about to show you that this isn't even the case. I had a very good conversation this morning with the Prime Minister of Thailand, Newton Charnavarakul, and the Prime Minister of Cambodia, Hun Manet, concerning the very unfortunate reawakening of their long-running war. They have agreed to cease all shooting effective this evening and go back to the original peace accord made with me and them with the help of the great Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim. The roadside bomb that originally killed and wounded numerous Thai soldiers, which was actually a landmine, was an accident. What? But Thailand nevertheless retaliated very strongly. You don't walk across the border, folks, and place an anti-personnel landmine on a footpath on accident. That's not something you go, whoopsie daisy, we actually meant to blow up our own guys with that wrong footpath. Anyways, both countries are ready for peace and continued trade with the United States of America, and it is my honor to work with the Newton and Hun in resolving what would have evolved into a major war between two otherwise wonderful and prosperous countries. I think that's a bit of a stretch talking about Cambodia. I would also like to thank the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim, for his assistance in this very important matter. So the evening...
He said that he would like to thank Hun. Their first name wouldn't be Attila, would it?
Attila the Hun. Man,
Honestly, it's kind of wild when you really think about it. They're saying that they've gotten a new ceasefire, which is essentially the enforcement of the original Thai-Cambodia ceasefire, which was broken. And then the Thai leadership was saying they don't even remember a ceasefire, even though they literally had a signing event with the U.S. president there with them signing it shoulder to shoulder. The Thai said they couldn't even remember it. I mean, me personally, I got some doubts, folks. I got some big doubts about this. Also, by the way, Thailand literally said the other day, they said that they were not halting their hostilities against Cambodia because they don't give a damn what anybody thinks. They're finishing this thing. So how did they go from that to all of a sudden today, oh, we're just going to abide by the old ceasefire. Don't worry about it, guys. It's all good. No, just a little misunderstanding. That's all.
So you know what's interesting about this, though? Let me make sure to get you all the time frame here. This is a very important one. So this statement was made at 11:37 a.m. in the morning today on the 12th of December, which is today, mind you, and that's about roughly 9 hours and 30 minutes ago or so, roughly about. So when this announcement was made, that was the late afternoon moving into the evening of that day in Thailand and Cambodia. The night's already passed over them, and it's now daylight again over there. And I can tell y'all that we got footage fresh from today in the morning on the 13th over there. That is, well, actually from the 12th, because technically it was the 11th over there in the evening, announced the 12th. It's very confusing. It's very confusing. But beyond that, we got footage 30 minutes before we went live showing the Thai Territorial Defense Forces continuing to conduct mortar fire on the Cambodians. So there is no ceasefire at the moment at all, from what we can tell from video and picture evidence. This conflict is still ongoing, and from what we can tell, folks, it just appears that the president just pulled that statement out of his ass, because there does not appear to be an existent ceasefire between both sides, and we've also not heard the Cambodian or Thai government corroborate or confirm these claims at all. So here's the clip.
ที่สามพร้อมจับปูนัดที่สามพร้อมเขาที่กำบังครับเขาที่กำบังพร้อมแล้วเด้งดึงสลักนี้ละไปจ้ายิง
Little 60 millimeter. Oh.
ยิงไปแล้วครับตรวจการให้ด้วยอันนี้จอร้อยสามเนาะร้อยสามครับเป้าหมายที่สามอย่างนี้
Now they're just sitting there. They're waiting for the spotter to tell them if the hit was accurate. Oh, we can hear the impact, though.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that clip. But we also saw, moving further on up the border, some more Thai airstrikes going on with some paveways. GBU-12s, to be precise. Take a little look at this. Oh, right in the Cambodian bunker, right on the mark.
They paved the way right through that building.
Man, man, honestly.
You know, that's why they call it a paveway, by the way. It paves the way for future escalations.
Man, honestly, man, that's a pretty good reason to name it a paveway. I know that's not the real reason, I'm sure, but if
Absolutely.
but if it is, I mean, that's a pretty good way to look at it.
Something was in this building that's really putting off some smoke. It was like a big smoke generator.
Man, it's all that concrete that just got turned into dust. Or something else, actually, maybe.
Could be something else.
Oh, look at another hit from a paveway over there. Wow, they got another position of the Cambodians. Man, I gotta tell you, they're really laying down the paveways heavy. They said, would you like to have your way paved? Here, have a paveway. And then they started dropping 3 of them on them. Not with 3, she can't. Not with 3.
I tell the Hun hadn't seen nothing like this since the days of Genghis.
Man, I actually heard, Matthew, that the reason why we haven't heard a lot of statements from the Cambodian Prime Minister is because every time he talks like, hey, and like everyone's like, I don't know what he's saying, actually.
Oh, I think these days that fellow might be sounding like, oh my God, help. It's like, I don't think they're doing too good.
Man, man, honestly, probably not. We also got to see some more Cambodian forces getting bombarded by the Royal Thai Army's artillery. They actually hit the bridge on the K5. Take a look at this. Ooh. And one of the rounds landed dead on the bridge. What a nice hit.
Bridges over troubled waters. Seems to be the theme of the world these days.
Man, It really is the theme of the world these days, bridges over troubled waters. And I tell you, folks, they're certainly not building bridges; they're burning bridges these days. That's the name of the game. The Royal Thai Army was also setting up their forces in a pre-prepared position to be able to make some advance or at least some engagement with the Cambodians earlier on in the day. This was, by the way, in the evening when the ceasefire was supposed to go into effect, according to the president. But it appears that the ceasefire is what we describe to be a fiction, because it doesn't really appear that the Thai got the message. Well, moving on from that clip and on into our next one, we also got to see near O Smack that a T-84 was smacking O Smack. Take a look at this. You see the impacts of the 125mm rounds. Also, some of y'all are like, wait a minute, a T-84 applaud. Some of y'all who are refined individuals who know a lot about Ukrainian armor would actually know that that's a Ukrainian tank. And that's right. The Thai actually operates several dozen T-84 applauds that they bought from Ukraine about 15 to 20 years ago. So this is the work of a Ukrainian tank. Wow, the whole world comes together. It's a small world. I don't know that song, but anyways, we can see them continuing to hit the Cambodian position. This is apparently a casino, by the way. Who would have ever thought?
Another casino. That's crazy. I think there is something that they have against the casinos. I'm pretty sure there's got to be, because they are hitting casinos left and right. And not every single casino can be a command center. Like, it seems like they got something personal against the casinos.
Man. The Thai think that casinos are a land without virtue, and I would have to say that that's pretty true. You lose a lot of money in casinos, folks. And for people who say it's a way to make money, let me ask you this: if the casino if you're making money and everyone's making money in a casino, and that's how it is for everyone, then how in the world is the casino making enough money to stay afloat, considering that's a business? I'm just saying, folks. I'm just saying. But anyways, we did get to also see the Cambodians firing on the Thai again today with their BM-21 grads. Take a little look. There they go.
It turns out that the Thai are destroying the casinos, and the Cambodians are taking the gambling right to the side of the streets, because they're gambling right now with their whole country.
Man, there's a guy out there by that grad right now playing craps. He's like, oh, man. He's
He'll really be playing craps when the Thai F-16 shows up. It will be craps all over the street.
I heard that a new game was introduced at the casino in O Smack, man. Do you know what it's called?
Try not to take a craps.
It's an evolution of it's an evolution of craps, man. They call it oh shits.
Oh, yeah, that was coming.
Moving on from that and further down the border, we also get to see near to Ubon Ratchathani some more artillery strikes being conducted on Cambodian positions. Take a little look. Any second now. About a boosh. There we go. I forgot when it was going to happen. I was like, man, that was going to be badly timed. But we can see the direct impact here, and we can also see this Thai soldier like, look, it happened right here, like on screen.
Bro was quick with that finger. He said, look at that, look.
But as you can all see, it doesn't appear that a ceasefire has gone into effect. Neither country's stated that there is a ceasefire in effect, and I don't think there is a ceasefire in effect. I mean, we might be wrong, but they're already clearly violating that ceasefire if it is in effect, so I'm thinking that it isn't existent at this point. But a lot of people are actually weighing in on that, and what's all of y'all's take? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so what is your take on the alleged ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia that allegedly went into effect this evening? It looks like 73% said it sounds extremely doubtful to me, while 13% said it's possible, but a 50-50 chance, and 10% said Thailand and Cambodia will ceasefire and actually stop. So I'm not really prepared to say that it's 100% false. I would disagree with the enforcer a little bit on that. I personally would say I'm very doubtful of it, but it is possible that maybe somehow the United States leveraged some economic influence over Thailand, because that was what they used previously to get Thailand to agree to a ceasefire. Was they said, if you want to keep trading with the United States, you'll do this, or you might run into some economic trouble. So that was sort of like the leverage last time. I think they might have leveraged that again, but at the same time, though, these were some very wild statements being lobbed at the Cambodians by the Thai forces. So I'm like, did they really just stop like that quickly within just a couple hours? And I would personally doubt that in just common sense perspectives. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to be honest, I don't think there's a ceasefire in place much at all. I'd have to say that it doesn't appear the one's in effect right now. Now, I can say that with 100% certainty from what we can tell by video and picture evidence. Doesn't appear to be the case. If there's going to be a ceasefire in the future, I would also have to be with enforcement, man. I'm extremely doubtful because the Thai have made it clear that they're going to keep going at this because the last peace treaty was worthless. And considering that the Cambodians were the ones who just accidentally walked across the border and planted a landmine to maim and kill Thai soldiers on the other side of the border, you know, it seems to me like the Thai really won't want to listen to the United States again to get another peace treaty because Cambodia is just going to, accidentally kill a couple of more of their people again in the future and start the whole thing up again. And I also got to say this, folks. I don't mean to criticize much, but how stupid can the President of the United States be to say that the Cambodians just accidentally violated Thailand's border and then planted a bomb on the side of a footpath in another country? Like, does he say that when the cartels just accidentally walk across the U.S. border from Mexico and sell about a brick of coke inside the United States, that they just accidentally did that and they were supposed to sell it in Mexico? No. Do we just say that all the cartel boats that are leaving Venezuela, they're just accidentally sailing in the direction of the United States? Do we say in any situation that someone's just accidentally doing something malicious? No. So why the hell would they accidentally plant a bomb on the other side of a border that is heavily militarized and both countries hate each other quite significantly? That's just an absolutely stupid statement to make. I mean, could
it have been something left over, just to play devil's advocate for a second? Could it have been maybe a leftover one that they didn't collect or something, and maybe they stepped on it?
Well, I mean, the Cambodians have never marched across the Thai border, either in the 7-Eleven war or this one. So for them to have planted a mine or any explosive on the Thai side historically, they would have literally had to crawl over the border, infiltrate Thailand, and then plant the bomb, and then crawl back out, and then just wait for someone to step on it. That's what they would have to have done because there's no other way for it to have gotten there.
Yeah, I would guess so. It does seem a little bit odd to call it an accident, considering that these two countries right here really hate each other's guts and have done this in the past. It seems kind of unusual to call it an accident, I will admit.
Also, on top of that, if it was an accident, Matthew, here's the other thing. If it was an accident and the Thai said, oh my God, they blew up our people, the Cambodian government would have immediately gone, no, we didn't. Let's just talk this out and let's see about trying to get this whole thing sorted out. And they didn't do that either. On top of that, it's like we remember correctly, the casino war right here started because the Cambodians, if y'all remember correctly, because this is how this war started, they pre-evacuated the border near Ubon Ratchathani, and then they attacked a Thai outpost in that area and ended up killing 2 Thai soldiers as a result of that attack. That's actually how this hot phase of the war right now started again for us to be in the casino war. That clearly isn't an accident. Like, you don't sit there and just accidentally conduct a civilian evacuation and then accidentally right after that conduct an attack across the border on a Thai outpost and kill 2 Thai soldiers. You don't accidentally do that either.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. You know how the Russians and all these countries are these days. They do stuff that's aggressions, and they say it's goodwill gestures, it's accidents, it's stuff like that. They have a whole new vocabulary for like trying to tamp down aggression against other countries these days.
I mean, that's true, but still, I mean, I gotta say, folks, that's a stupid statement to say someone accidentally planted a bomb. It's like, did Japan just accidentally attack Pearl Harbor? It's like, how far does that go? It's like, how far does it go to where we can say that a deliberate malicious action is just an accident?
It's got the same energy. I will admit, it's got the same energy as a defendant walking into court and being like, Your Honor, I didn't punch that man in the face. He tripped and fell and collided with my fist. It's like the same thing. It's like anybody with any sense can like see through that pretty easily. But it's like, people think they're clever when they say stuff like that. But it works with some people, maybe the masses, but not with other folks. It doesn't.
Your Honor, she just happened to accidentally get pregnant. There's no real involvement of any undertaken actions or efforts whatsoever that would have led to the statistical possibility of pregnancy. She just happened to accidentally have it happen. Your Honor, I just accidentally ran over that man. I mean, we were in a yelling match right before I got in my car, but I accidentally put my foot down on the pedal and accidentally steered the steering wheel to the right to run the guy over and turn him into a living pancake. Your Honor, you have to understand, all of this is accidental. Like, if that would stand up in an American court, oh, you're right, you ran over that man accidentally. All right, you're free, not guilty. Like, that would never work. But anyways.
Oopsie daisies.
You're on a whoopsie daisy. But moving on out of Southeast Asia, we are going to be moving a little bit towards the Middle East, because in the Indian Ocean today, the United States has apparently a month ago seized a ship. They finally told us about it today, but apparently U.S. Spec Ops boarded a ship in the Indian Ocean and seized military-related components bound for Iran from China. The ship was intercepted hundreds of miles off Sri Lanka, and its cargo was confiscated and destroyed before it was allowed to continue. The rare operation aimed to disrupt Iran's efforts to rebuild its missile and weapons programs. Well, that's just interesting. I guess the U.S. really is conducting piracy. I wonder how people are going to react to this one, because this is 100% an illegal action. If anyone has a problem with it, China can go to war with us, or the Iranians can. But this is actions in our best interest to stop a country like Iran from weaponizing. So I would say pretty good effort, nice to see, but we'll have to see how some people take it. Moving on from that, the Iranians did seize another ship today inside of the Gulf of Oman, right near to the Strait of Hormuz. Another seizure. Another one. Can y'all believe? It was carrying over 37,000 barrels of diesel when they seized it. And they seized it.
That's light work compared to what the U.S. did. We just seized a ship with 1.9 million barrels on it. So that's peanuts, what Iran has got right there. So if that's Iran's way of leveling the playing field, that we seized a ship that's allegedly linked to the IRGC, that's not exactly what you call leveling the playing field. Also, is Iran really going to start that game up again? It's like, is that really smart, like in the midst of all the crises they're having right now, for them to start seizing and doing piracy off their coast again? It's like, that seems like it could be unwise.
It does seem like it could be pretty unwise, honestly. I don't think this is a good move for them. But they don't know anything about good moves. They make nothing but stupid blunders and failures. Tehran is a great example. But, it does seem, folks, they're trying to move forward with creating that effective blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is completely unlawful, and it goes against our strategic interests. So, y'all can see that foreign policy, rules for thee, not for me, sort of a thing, come into being. And this is how it works, folks, when we're talking about this kind of stuff. When we do it, it's a righteous action in the defense of our nation, our people, and our interests. When the Iranians do it, because we're not Iranians, we're Americans, and they're doing it against us, against their interests, it is an absolutely unlawful and absolutely horrific action, piracy, that is attempting to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and strike fear into the world to raise oil prices. So for that reason, we should possibly consider action against Iran due to this. We also heard that the Israelis are bombing southern Lebanon. That didn't take that long. We heard it yesterday that they were preparing warplanes to start bombing southern Lebanon, and now today they were bombing southern Lebanon. So that was definitely coming around the corner. It's just that it's a little bit shocking that it happened literally a day after the announcement. So we'll have to continue to watch that development and see if any top Hezbollah officials end up getting whacked inside of southern Lebanon or in Lebanon as a whole, because Lebanon is pretty much a terrorist state. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But still, with that, folks, a lot of people are talking about the seizure of this little tanker today. And I mean, it was quite a small tanker, folks, but it was still a seizure nonetheless. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that seizure? And what are people thinking that the United States may or may not do? And what are you thinking about it?
All right. So Iran conducted a grand oil tanker seizure today. A very bad seizure, unfortunately, for them at least. But what are your thoughts about that? About 49% said the USA will respond on Iran directly, while 14% said Iran from this poll. 30% said USA will ignore the maneuver. And I would say for this initial seizure of the vessel here, I'm not even really sure what flag it was flying under, to be perfectly honest. I can't remember that right off the bat. But I don't think the USA is going to respond directly to Iran over this one small tanker getting seized. They're likely starting to look Iran's direction over this. And once again, they were probably expecting something like this to happen because, of course, we did just seize a very large oil tanker allegedly linked to Iran. So I would say personally that USA will probably ignore this for the moment. They will respond, though, if this keeps up. Like if Iran starts a full blockade in the Strait or something, this could keep up or actually be responded to by the United States. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say that, in my honest opinion, the U.S. is probably going to ignore this. We ignored the last seizure that happened. We'll probably ignore this one again because if we've learned one thing, the United States pays very little attention to the things that, well, at least recently, they pay very little attention to the things that actually count, while they pay attention to the things that don't count. This is one that counts quite significantly, so going off of the running metric, I'm assuming that the U.S. might make a statement, the Secretary of State might make a statement, but we'll probably not go any further than that, to be entirely honest with y'all. So we'll have to wait and see, but that would be my guess, is that I would be with 33%. The U.S. is probably going to ignore this and just continue on with what we're doing elsewhere and just act like this isn't happening. So with that, we are going to be moving on from that news out of the Middle East, and we're going to be moving on over to Washington, D.C., because we've got a lot of interesting stuff going on up here. We were able to hear, folks, speaking to Captain Craig Sparrow, because y'all know what time it is. It's the time for the hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow and his band of 40 thieves. Hey, man, it's one hell of a time. It's one hell of a time, folks. But we were able to hear from the President of the United States today that we're not striking Venezuela. We're just happening to bomb stuff that's in Venezuela. What a revelation. You know, I've heard of things like this before, Matthew. I heard Japan say, we're not bombing Americans, we're just bombing the U.S. Navy at Pearl Harbor. And I heard the Germans say, we're not marching into Poland and taking over their land, we just have a problem with the government that controls the area of Poland. And I've heard many other statements like, we're not conducting a war, we're just conducting a special military operation. And I've also heard other crazy statements, like the British saying, there isn't a crisis in, well, there isn't a war going on in Malaysia. It's a crisis for insurance purposes. And we've never heard anyone like the Chinese say, it's not a famine, it's a controlled weight loss program. Or a real estate collapse. It's not that. It's just a real estate restructuring. So apparently, folks, according to the president, whenever we actually start bombing Venezuela, we're not bombing Venezuela, we're just bombing stuff that happens to be on the land of Venezuela. But that's a totally different thing. Russia isn't at war with Ukraine, they're just happening to shoot people who are walking over Ukraine and the buildings that sit on top of Ukraine, but they're truly not at war with Ukraine itself.
Right. But at the same time, though, do you think this is maybe an off-ramp, though, that he's trying to take? Like, for example, maybe he's not really wanting to do the strikes on Venezuela anymore, because we were wondering if he was going to back off of it, because it looked for a minute like he was having second thoughts. Now he's saying that land strikes on Venezuela means not necessarily on land, as the word land strike would suggest. It means maybe some other strikes, maybe somewhere else. I'm not really sure why you'd call them land strikes at that point if they're not really on land. I think you'd call that, vessel interdictions off the coast, maybe, or something like that. You wouldn't really call that land strikes.
I'd have to say, yeah, you wouldn't call it land strikes, but, listen, Matthew, we're not blowing up boats. We're just trying to drop a bomb into the water below the boats, and we accidentally go through the boat in the process. We all know how it works. Listen, folks, we didn't move. We are not driving the car. We're just traveling with a car. That's like the sovereign citizen defense right there, is that I'm not a driver, I'm a traveler. See how well that stands up in court? That will not. But
at this point, though, what do the people listening think at this point? I know people are saying, it's a quote unquote chickening out, but let's put that aside for a second. Would y'all rather see the U.S. commit to these strikes, regardless of how the situation looks right now, or would you rather see maybe a little cowardice and also withdrawing from the area and not conducting these strikes? Because to me, in my speculation, it sounds like the United States is having some severe second thoughts about striking Venezuela, and that's why they're trying to redefine what a land strike is, because they're really not wanting to follow through with it. That's my guess. So should we demand that the officials follow through with the strikes and get knee deep into something that could be a quagmire, to say the least? Or should we just accept this for what it is, a big blunder, let them withdraw, not make a big deal about it, and let them move on about their business and leave the situation alone?
Well, we really can't back off now because the Russians and the Chinese are just waiting for us to back off so they can start arming and training the Venezuelans so they truly can become a formidable issue to deal with in the future. That will take a lot more resources, a lot more time, and a lot more manpower to deal with. So I would say that at this point, we really can't back off because we've created it into a situation to where Russia and China sense opportunity, and if we back off, we're literally giving them an open golden moment to turn Venezuela into a literal fortress for their own own sphere of influence to start growing and developing in the Americas. So it wouldn't be a good position to back off at this point. Well, honestly, folks, the truth is that this is a very similar situation of the Bay of Pigs. And I'll be honest with y'all, folks, once the Bay of Pigs started rolling, it was absolutely stupid to back off, because once the Bay of Pigs happened and they landed in the Bay of Pigs, which is down here at Playa Larga, which I guess you could say the Kennedy was playing large back then. But once they landed, everyone knew whose forces they were. They were Cubans that just came from the United States, and they were armed with nothing but American weaponry. So we were trying to overthrow the Cuban government, and at that point, we were going to look bad no matter how it went, whether it failed or whether we succeeded. So we might as well have just kept moving on, and Kennedy should have given the approval for the U.S. Air Force to conduct direct air support for the Cubans, because the Soviets couldn't have responded. They weren't even in Cuba yet at that point, and it would have just been the Cubans fighting on their own, and they wouldn't have been able to stop the Cuban-backed U.S. forces and also the U.S. Air Force. We were very close to achieving our goals, and if we had done that successfully in the Bay of Pigs, then we wouldn't have had to worry about the Cuban Missile Crisis. That just would have never happened. And we wouldn't have also had to worry about all the other things that would have come out of that. So with this in mind, we've created this into a situation right now where we can't walk away, or this is going to become, in a sense, a very similar situation to Cuba post-Bay of Pigs. If we back off, we're going to show our adversaries, which are the Chinese and the Russians, oh, y'all ought to put some forces in there, some ground forces, and on top of that, you ought to start equipping them with a lot of weaponry and also training them on how to actually fight, and also giving them economic incentives and investments to prop up their government. And it will also allow for higher pay for the military, which will make them more loyal and also will allow for better training. And then they'll become a lot more formidable. And then on top of that, there might be Chinese or Russian troops just sitting there as a token force. So that way, if we bomb Venezuela in the future, they go, oh, they killed a Russian soldier. It's blood now. And then we've turned it into a practical world war at that point. And then they can force that then and there, and we can't really deal with Venezuela ever. So I would have to say, I wouldn't have even created a situation right now like we're in, but since we're in this situation now and we're having to deal with what we're seeing in front of us, I would say we really can't walk off without this turning out poorly.
Yeah, I would say I would generally agree with that as well. Also, by the way, folks, the FBI just, actually not the FBI, but the courts just unsealed the warrant for that tanker seized by the Coast Guard off the coast of Venezuela. I see the press release here on the FBI and the Attorney's Office website right here. I'm trying to see if I can get the actual warrant pulled up just out of curiosity to see exactly what the warrant stated. But I'll see if I can locate that. For right now, though, all I see is a press release, but I'll see if we can spot it because I'll be curious to see exactly what was included in that warrant that was apparently signed by a magistrate judge in the United States District Court for D.C. On November 26th. So they executed that seizure warrant pretty quick based on when it was signed, considering it was signed in November, really late November, actually.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's actually kind of a little quick, honestly. But also, Matthew, you know, I heard, man, that there was a person down there in Venezuela today, Matthew, that was making some very interesting statements. And you know, folks, I got to say, we haven't really brought this up a lot on the channel, but it is the holiday season, folks. It is Christmas. And I try and throw in a Christmas reference here and there as we're getting closer to the day of. And I actually was able to hear, Matthew, that the First Lady of Venezuela has actually talked about what she wants for Christmas. And Nikki Maduro, what would you like for Christmas? I would like piss on Earth. Hell, like it's a man. Like,
I would like $200 million and a little ticket over to Iran.
I would like 100 million swats. But beyond that, man, I gotta say, Nikki Maduro has had a lot of comments this Christmas, folks. And of course, we've been listening to them greatly. And Santa has put and is putting Nikki Maduro and Nicolas Maduro on the naughty list. And they're not going to be getting coal, folks. They're apparently going to be getting a visit from Krampus, aka Delta Force. They're going to be dropping. Like they're going to be dropping a couple of frags in the building instead of coal. So expect a frag in their stockings this come around this Christmas, because apparently Delta Force is coming for Nikki Maduro, the First Lady of Venezuela, and Nicolas Maduro. Also, by the way, just giving you all a little bit of a statement here, the Venezuelans are now doubling down now, because while Nicolas Maduro is out there going, peace, 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 Namawar, Peace.
Forever.
Piss, whatever. His chief of the armed forces today, which is the defense minister Lopez, he has stated the U.S. government must understand that surrender is impossible for us, given the history taught by our liberators. So pretty much.
No more. Shut your mouth. No war. It's like, that doesn't really line up with Maduro's statements very much, does it?
No, not really. This is painting a whole different picture. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I don't really know what the Venezuelan government is wanting to do at this point. But I think, honestly, folks, they might be trying to dig in and fight this thing out, or see if the U.S. is bluffing or not, and they might be trying to call a bluff here. They might have some credible intelligence that's been given to them by another intelligence force, Russia or China, that the U.S. might be bluffing, and if they just keep staying strong, we might back off and walk away, which would be the best case scenario for them and also Russia and China. But we did see some U.S. air activity happening around the area. We saw a large number of aircraft present earlier in the day, including Grizzly 1 and Grizzly 2, along with 2 Rhinos, which have nothing to do with the political statements. But outside of that, we do understand that the Rhinos, or the Grizzlies, were apparently EA-18G Prowlers that had taken off from Roosevelt Roads earlier in the day, as pictures did emerge showing the Growlers taking off from Roosevelt Roads today and on their flights somewhere down in the southern area of the Caribbean. So we do not know which call signs they were. Actually, we do know which call signs they were operating under. They were Grizzly 1 and Grizzly 2, because it actually says it right there, folks. And then the other 2 were FA-18 Super Hornets of the United States Navy. Anchors away, my boys. I don't know what they say when they're flying around, because I don't think planes have anchors. But I'm just kidding, by the way. They have arresting hooks, which are kind of like anchors, maybe. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to hear later on in the day about some more sightings that were seen near the coast. We were able to see that Grizzly 1, apparently its transponder went off, and this is kind of when it was showing it was just flying straight through Venezuelan territorial waters. We also were able to see Rhino 52 over here, continuing to conduct its racetracks near Curacao. We got it right. And also Rhino 51 as well. Their transponders went off, and then it showed that they flew straight into Venezuela. That did not happen. We also were able to see that the seized Iranian tanker, the Skipper, is still traveling north. That was a satellite picture taken today, and this vessel is north of Guadalupe right now.
Look how clear that is, by the way. It's always very impressive to me to see what the satellite images look like. Can you imagine, though, if they're releasing this one, can you imagine what this thing can actually capture? Like, I wonder if they can see through the windows on the bridge from the satellite.
I bet you they can, especially on military satellites. Man, I saw someone show off a civilian satellite a while ago, and it was crazy, folks, what this thing could do. It tracked a car in the United States of America. I believe it was near Washington, and it was involved in the test, so it wasn't just tracking a random person. But I think it drove out of the NSA facility and then down the road and into a house somewhere in Bethesda. And the satellite was able to follow that specific car, highlighted in a yellow rectangle, the entire trip in real time, because it was in a geosynchronous orbit, which was wild to see. I was like, wow, that is insane. The kind of tracking abilities that even civilian satellites have. And generally the military puts a huge amount of money into their satellites, so they probably are a little bit more advanced than the civilian variants, which are very advanced as is right now. So this probably is very much less, or very much short of what the military can currently see if they also looked at the ship. But that's the situation at Captain Crack Sparrow and the hunt for his 40 thieves. And moving on out of the Caribbean, it's now time for us to move on back into Ukraine, because we have to cover the news of the Russian government's developments. But most importantly, folks, we were able to hear that Putin has traveled to Turkmenistan today and was in Ashgabat. If y'all don't know, Turkmenistan is the Central Asian equivalent of North Korea. It is run just like North Korea. Not a lot of people know that, actually, and it's because Turkmenistan plays their foreign policy role incredibly well. They're not aggressive to anybody, and they stay as neutral as they possibly can, so they don't catch any heat from anyone, but they are basically the Central Asian North Korea. Look into them if you want. It's a wildly interesting rabbit hole. But outside of that, in Ashgabat, we were able to see that Putin got muted. He was rambling about Rinky-Dink the Wise, and nobody was able to hear the whole rant. So let me show y'all the clip.
No. Look at that goofy. Isn't he the one always showing people how to work their like live translation headsets and stuff when he
Oh,
goes
yeah.
around place? You know how he does that little power move on people? He's like, here's how you work it. And he goes around like messing with the volume knob and stuff on it. And here he is like making a fool out of himself. He's a genius.
Yeah, watch, it finally turns on at the end.
Oh, damn. Oh man, he only got 1% of the way through his long story of Rinky Dink the Wise, so they didn't miss very much.
Man, man, hold on, man. Let me tell y'all what he was actually saying, folks, because I'm a master lip reader. This is a joke, by the way. I'm not a subject expert on that, but let me tell y'all what he was actually saying. Have you ever heard the story of Rinky Dink the Wise? It is a story that the Wicked West will never tell you. But what's going on here? Anyways, as I was saying, Rinky Dink the Wise is a great and what the hell's going on with the microphone? Anyways, Rinky Dink someone fix this shit. Anyways, Rinky Dink the Wise, he's like a great guy and shit. Hopefully someone will fix this microphone on guy. I'm about to lose it. I'm about to declare an SMO on Ashgabat blade. Oh, thank you. And then he finally started talking. So that was what he was actually saying in the middle of all that. But as you can see, he was quite exasperated at the end because when the microphone finally came on, you heard him mad. He go, "Oh, like I'm not paid enough," and he's paid like billions every year.
Man, he should have made up for it by getting shirtless and jumping on the horseback.
Oh, dude, you know what he should have done? He should have done that weird sexually charged like hangout with Lukashenko in the orchard again on that park bench.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, the tension was wild in that orchard. The orchard that day was just the orchard was bumping that day.
Bruh, Lukashenko still talks about that moment with pride. He sits there and says, and then Putin leaned over and he unbuttoned my shirt and he touched my nipple. It was crazy. It's like I was so proud of this.
Yo.
Man, that's what he did. Didn't you see the pictures? Like he like practically touched like his man boob. It was like the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I gotta say, folks, that's not something I want to imagine much. But moving on out of that, it is time for us, folks, to move on into Ukraine, because we have loads of news that came out of Ukraine. We're going to be moving on down to the coast first off, because we were able to see that in the Ukrainian port of Odessa, a Turkish vessel was actually attacked by the Russian Federation directly today. We can see that in this clip right here. See the camera in here filming the Shahed coming in. Flying over this ship in port. And over towards the Turkish carrier. Or more so vessel, if we want to call it more generically. Right there's the Turkish vessel. And there's the direct hit.
Hang on. Oh, these guys freaking out too. You know what's wild about this right here is we're hearing reports that this was somehow linked to Turkey. Did we confirm, by the way, this was a Turkish vessel? Because I saw some people saying it was and wasn't earlier.
From what I can tell, this one's actually Panamanian flagged, but I believe that is actually a Turkish vessel. But let me make sure to try and get through the rest of our news, because I think we do have some additional details on it.
Well, yeah, but I was going to say, though, the weird thing is here, Putin was actually in Turkey today. He was actually talking with Erdogan based on the video evidence we got. So he was in Turkey while allegedly the Russians are conducting a strike on a vessel connected to Turkey. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. We also got to see the vessel on fire here as well. Apparently, this was claimed to be a Turkish cargo vessel, and considering that it says Schenk on the side, it's highly likely that it is, as Schenk is a fairly common word in the Turkish language, or I believe it's Senk or Schenk, or Chenk, or something along those lines of pronunciation. Let me go pull it up really quickly. The Schenk Road. Let me see here. Let's see. So it does appear that even the BBC has reported that it was a Turkish car ferry. So it's like a roll-on, roll-off ship that is operated by a Turkish company. So it does appear to be a Turkish vessel.
Yes, that's very interesting. Then Putin literally was staring Erdogan in the face in a meeting while he's striking a vessel connected to his country. That's kind of wild.
It is a pretty wild thing, and it was ablaze at this point, at this clip. Most of the bow was on fire, along with most of the decks at the front of the ship. We do not know if any firefighting efforts were conducted at this point. We then were able to additionally see more footage from the actual harbor itself near to the cranes, showing us the fire at the bow of the vessel once again from a different angle. Oh yeah, that is Turkish, because it actually says under the sync T, it says Istanbul. So this is a Turkish vessel.
ضرب الجامية ضرب الجامية الماكينات علقة الماكينات راحت.
Oh, wow.
That's a big old fire down the way right there. I think Turkey is like the biggest loser in the fight right now that's breaking out between the oil tankers of Russia, and now Russia's attacking vessels docking in Odessa. It seems like Turkey is the biggest loser. It's all their ships getting hit left and right.
Honestly, it kind of does seem like that. Very unfortunate for them. But then again, Turkey does Turkey things, so usually that comes back to bite you in some ways. It's a double-edged sword there, that whole doing your own thing sort of a deal. But moving on from that and on up into Ukraine, actually the Russian government, I have to get to that. We were able to get some additional statements out of the Russian government today. One, the Russians are suing Eurobank, or I believe it's what, is it Euroclear? Yeah, it sounds like a mouthwash. Euroclear. They are suing them in a Russian court, which means nothing. They did also issue some warnings about the missile attacks as well, as we covered earlier. Had to make sure that we covered that. We also were able to see that Erdogan was telling Putin, do a ceasefire, like do a ceasefire at sea at least. And it was in this meeting here, which you can see the pictures Erdogan and Putin were taking. And you know something? There's a lot of people who talk about this thing like the beta lean when pictures are taken. I gotta say, man, Putin's starting to do that a lot recently, where he's leaning in towards someone else, where he's showing like a submissiveness. At least that's the whole goofy theory that goes on out there. Honestly, it doesn't really mean much or anything.
Yeah, these guys' whole persona, like just like from a personal perspective, when you see them both sitting in the chairs right there, they are acting like two thugs. Like Erdogan has like this like really menacing look on his face, just staring blankly at the camera, not smiling or anything. Also, you got Putin over there looking like his usual self, a thug. It's like, you know, it's just interesting. They both behave like thugs from time to time, like with the way they act.
Yeah, they really do, honestly. Additionally, we also got to hear, at least, that apparently Ryabkov, or Dmitry Peskov, stated, a ceasefire in Ukraine would be yet another deception. What is needed is peace. So, you know, instead of having peace right now and a ceasefire, they'd rather have peace and an unconditional surrender from the Ukrainians. So, you know, Russians, they never change much. So, it's now time for us to move on down into Ukraine. We were able to hear that apparently, according to the Atlantic, the United States gave the green light to strike the Russian Shadow Fleet. If under the prior administration, the American side feared escalation and opposed attacks on Russian ships in international waters, then with the advent of the current administration, the approach changed, which is honestly making me feel like this is a little bit sus, because the current administration is completely backed off of really most pressure on the Russians. So I don't know if this is really inaccurate reporting or not. But in particular, he objected to strikes on tankers in international waters, and in a number of cases approved the transfer of intelligence to Kyiv, which caused damage to Russian oil infrastructure. So, interesting, you know. So while the United States is giving them no monetary support and is also pressuring them to end the war and saying that the Ukrainian government is a dictatorship again with no real democracy and a whole bunch of other things, apparently we're also approving the Ukrainians to hit ships around the world. I don't really know how that works. But anyways, moving on from that and into our location unknowns, we also got to see some pretty significant news coming out of the Rudniks section. Holy moly, I don't even know what the hell these are anymore.
Those are gladiator vehicles right there. They're ready for that warrior ethos. You know, that warrior mindset, that stuff where they get the old Viking rowboats out and the katanas and the swords and stuff like that and start fighting. They're ready for it.
Oh yeah, and loads of tattoos, which obviously the Vikings had. You know, and also loads and loads of booze, which obviously the Vikings did as well. And loads of absolutely immoral actions while pretending to be a moral person, because that's what Vikings do. It's not like they all converted to Christianity or anything like that, you know, and that's what really ended the Viking Age. But, you know, that's beside the point. Outside of that, still very interesting vehicles nonetheless. We also were able to see that the Ukrainians apparently have put into service and Augusta Westland 109. This was actually seized from a Ukrainian businessman in 2023, and apparently they put this helicopter into military service in a military paint job. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty sleek military helicopter to have.
And you know, it's like what those like police departments do around the country whenever they seize something from like a drug dealer or something like that. They'll like seize like let's say a really nice Corvette or something from a drug dealer, and they'll slap a police label on the side of it, and all of a sudden they start like racing it around town. It's like the same type of deal.
Honestly, man, it pretty much is. But I gotta say, pretty cool to see that they were able to put that into military service. And whoever's flying that, I bet you they were pretty lucky, to be entirely honest with you. Moving on into our location unknowns, though, we also were able to see the casualty report in 2 Bobcats again.
I love to see it. 2 of them. That's a duo. That's a 2. That's a double right there. I'm gonna say that's a good. But tell us more.
Man, Miss Decent Keeper of the Record stated another high troop loss and something in every category. A 1+ aircraft is an Antonov 26 hit by drones at the Kacha airfield in Crimea, which we actually already covered. Big shout out to Miss Decent for reminding everyone where that plane came from. But over the course of the past 24 hours, 1,400 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed. That's a lot. Along with 6 APCs. That's a good bit. Along with 107 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 16 artillery pieces, 253 drone, 2 MLRSs, 1 aircraft, 2 cruise missiles, 3 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. Today was a good day. Great to see, and wonderful to know that they're working hard. Moving on from that, we have been hearing, folks, that the Russians have claimed that they have taken the city of Kupyansk and Pokrovsk, and many people who know far more than us, who come into this live chat and have been banned subsequently, of course, love to tell us that we don't know what we're talking about. It's not like we do this for a 60 and 70 hour job a week or more than that. It's not like we do this as our living. It's not like we don't just read headlines on TikTok and on Google and then come up with our analysis. We do deep study and analysis of everything to make sure that we're getting the most well-researched news out there. And we have been told, folks, by some people in one place or another that we're flat-out liars and hacks because the Russians have taken Pokrovsk and have completely encircled Mirnorad, which from what we have on our information has never happened, and also have completely taken Kupyansk and are racing through the fields in Kharkiv, which also, from what we know, has never happened. Apparently, the Russians have started to push this story so hard that Zelensky was inside of Kyiv just apparently yesterday, and he went, "Hey, yo, that's like cap on God." And so he got on a train and went all the way down to Kupyansk and proved everyone wrong. He was literally standing at the literal gates to the city today and talking in front of them. This, by the way, like, let me show y'all where this actually was, where he was. This is right here, right around this little area. So let me show y'all this. Oh, no street view. Well, thought there would be a street view, but let me see if I can show this to y'all right here. It is right here. This little sign right there in the wood. It's right there. There's the sign into the city of Kupyansk. The Ukrainians are fighting in the town about right here in the center area of the city. So, from where he was at, he was only about a mile away from the front lines. From what we know, this is the closest that either leader has gotten in the war to being directly on the front line, which was quite bold and also quite risky. If a Russian drone had come through this area, Zelensky's life would have literally been on the line. Luckily it didn't, but still a wild thing to see nonetheless. And confirming that Zelensky is a real baller. Zelensky's like, "I don't really give a damn. I'm from Kryvyi. That shit was real tough. This is like a walk in the park. Let's go to Kupyansk, blyat." And then he went down
Honestly,
to Kupyansk.
That is pretty badass, though, to show up there like literally 500 feet or meters or whatever it was away from the front lines like that. Because like we were saying, or like you were saying a second ago, Putin has been saying that they had this place. And this really made an ass out of Putin today, like a really, really bad, because it made Zelensky look like a badass for showing up. And also, you had to have a separate wheelbarrow to carry his balls into the town. But number two, it made Putin look really, really like a liar. So can you imagine whoever fed him the information if Putin didn't make it up himself? Somebody's about to pay dearly for that.
Man, bro, the Russians said, "Победа! Это Kupyansk, это наша!" And then Zelensky said, "Hey, yo, everyone, what's up? I'm running a blog. I'm here in Kupyansk right now, and it looks pretty swell." Like, man, like,
I'm posted up on the block with my boys. Pull up if you're not capping.
man, bro, Zelensky walking around going, "Look, an old Soviet relic, the Russian army. It's right over there. Like, look at that. Wow, that's crazy.
We're really pulling up in Kupyansk. The ops are soft. They won't pull up while I'm here. They're scared. They're really cowards. They don't like to have a lot of fighting.
You know what's funny, man, is that the Russians say, like Medvedev said this today, folks, and this is a direct quote, basically, that Zelensky is a coked-out coward. It's what he said in a tweet again today. What coked-out coward goes directly 500 meters to an active front line to show his nation that the city is still theirs for now, and also that he is not really afraid of possible death to continue to represent his country and to continue to encourage them to keep fighting on as best he can? Well, what coked up guy does that? When in the world has Putin done this? He's never done this. He's never even gotten close to the front. The closest he's ever gotten to the front line was going to Mariupol once, and that was about, I believe, something like 60 miles away from the active front line while he was there. So Zelensky has gotten 60 times closer, hell, more than that, 180 times closer to the front line than Putin has ever done, and apparently Putin's supposed to be this macho man, you know, this real machismo, and this guy can't even get that close to the front line. Zelensky can practically walk up and touch it, and really has no fear, apparently, in the midst of doing it. But anyways, beyond that, we were able to see that Zelensky then started to hand out the awards. He also was with Sersky as well. Also, I'll show you this little clip right here from Zelensky. We'll show the speech, which also is him here as well. But here's a short little clip, once again confirming he's in Kupyansk.
Бажаю здоров'я. Сьогодні Куп'янський напрямок, наші воїни, які тут досягають результатів для України. Багато росіяни говорили про Куп'янськ. Ми бачимо, Я привітав хлопців, дякую кожному підрозділу, всім, хто б'ється тут, всім, хто знищує окупанта. Сьогодні надзвичайно важливо досягати результатів на фронті, щоб Україна могла досягати результатів в дипломатії. Саме так це працює. Всі наші сильні позиції всередині країни, сильні позиції в розмові щодо закінчення війни. Дякую кожному воїну. Пишаюся вами, дякую всім нашим сухопутним військам. Сьогодні виключно ваш день. Дякую, хлопці, слава Україні!
That's pretty hardcore right there. You can literally hear the artillery exploding like right behind them too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's not a lot of leaders in the world, folks, that would do something like this. I think one of the last leaders who did this would have been Churchill during the Second World War, because he actually got directly fired at by the Germans, if y'all don't know, in 1944. But anyways, moving on. Also, by the way, Churchill was a real baller, because he actually came under an artillery barrage from a German mortar crew that saw him up on a berm near a bridge. I believe it was in Belgium or the Netherlands. And when they started firing at him, you know what Churchill did, Matthew?
He yelled back or something.
No, he took a toke on the cigar and started laughing to the officer that brought him there, and he said, "Oh, this is real fun." And it's like, what the hell, bro? It's like, this guy was having a blast. He was like, wow, multiply. This is great. It's like, dude, that's one kind of leader that you want in a war. One that's not scared to go to the front and then also come under fire and then just laugh at it and be like, oh, this is pretty fun. But anyways, moving on.
He had a little bit of that liquid courage. Zelensky is sober. Like, he's completely sober. He's got no liquid courage in the system at all. So, honestly, I would say this. Churchill is certainly a figure of history, but I think Zelensky's got him topped. He showed up completely clear-minded.
Man, honestly, man, I mean, like, Zelensky is clear-minded and sober, but still, liquid courage or not, he's got the spirit of Churchill behind him, generally. We also got to see some additional footage of him in Kupyansk, confiding with Alexander Sersky, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and also the operational commands of the brigades that are within the area currently conducting the defense of the city. You see that this is the 2nd Battalion of the 101st. We see him shaking the hands of the soldiers. He's actually had an awards ceremony here to award the soldiers for patriotic duties on the front and valorous action in combat.
You know, it's got to be a hell of a like a reward right there to have the commander-in-chief of your country show up literally as you're fighting, like every single day, risking your life, and he personally shows up like at the front line to say, "Here's an award." That's got to be a huge honor.
It really is an absolutely massive one. Also, on top of that, man, this is like Uber Awards. Hello, we didn't want to bring you the key for this, so I came down here to you. I'm delivering the medal straight to you. Like, it's like, man, honestly, that is something crazy right there. You wouldn't see that often in most other countries.
No, I think that's why the morale is so good as he does stuff like this. Then everybody's thinking, oh, wow, the commander-in-chief could show up to our unit next, you know, if he decides to go to another area of the front line.
Yeah, it really is something. And he has a tendency of doing this, folks. He's done this a lot through the war. He showed up at Bakhmut. He's shown up at Toretsk. He's shown up at Avdiivka. He's also shown up here at Kupyansk, and he's also shown up around the Pokrovsk area from time to time too. Also, we see this soldier actually handing him his patch of his unit, the 2nd Battalion of the 101st Brigade. And we can also see the soldiers showing off their medals and posing with Zelensky to take a picture. One hell of a guy right there. I gotta say, like, you know, I've got to be honest with y'all. Zelensky gives great speeches. He does a lot to try and continue to put Ukraine in a good position and look out for the nation's interests. And not only that, he's the only leader I've seen in modern times that will actually go to an active front line and risk death to award the troops and to encourage them to continue to fight on. You won't see Putin do that. We also saw in Kupyansk the current situation in the city, which actually is showing that the Ukrainians are apparently counterattacking near to the northern part of the city. This is a publicly known fact at this moment, and attempting to cut off and encircle the Russians within the area. This will most likely force the Russians to divert their forces within the city back towards the north to keep their supply lines in direct connection to the rest of their forces open, which will relieve the pressure on the southern flank and allow for the Ukrainians to start fighting further on in the streets and further north towards and into the city of Kupyansk once more. But also, before we move on from that, we actually have breaking news coming out of this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's hold off on our current news for a second. We have some breaking news right now about Thailand and Cambodia. For all the people earlier that were saying that they had some very big doubts about whether or not there was a ceasefire in place or not, we have gotten an update from a very credible source, by the way. It's AZ Intel. We get a lot of our information from their news feed here. And AZ Intel is saying that the Thailand Prime Minister, Anutin, has vowed to continue military action against Cambodia despite earlier claims by the U.S. president that he had brokered a ceasefire between the two nations. So that is the claim right now. I would like to see some more corroboration of this from other sources. I do trust AZ Intel, by the way, as a source, but I would like to see some other sources corroborate this as well to solidify it. But right now, that's what we're hearing. So apparently our hunch was correct, and most of the chat's hunch was correct as well, that apparently the ceasefire was something that the U.S. was trying to manifest into existence, and it wasn't necessarily finalized when it was announced. So that's not unusual. We've seen this happen before out of the United States, and it looks like it's happened again. But Enforcer, what say you?
It looks as though, from what we can tell right now, that this was not at all a correct statement by the President of the United States. It appears to be completely unfactual, because it does appear that, according to information currently, the Prime Minister of Thailand saying that the war is going to continue no matter what, which would remain in line with his prior statements that he also made, that regardless of U.S. pressure, they're going to continue the conflict until Cambodia no longer poses a threat. So we'll wait to make any further statements on this, but gotta say, folks, that this wouldn't be that out of the question. Because the President of the United States has had a pretty decent record at this point, just on our end of covering foreign policy, of just coming up with stuff. Basically coming up with lies to just push a position. Like, one that I would say is probably a pretty likely lie, if I was to take a good shot at it, would be the statement that Zelensky never looked at the prior peace agreement that the U.S. sent over, but everyone, rather than Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, loved the plan. Because that would make no sense at all. Like that just does not make sense on the surface of it. So that's, it's nothing new. Anyways, moving on from that, we are going to be getting on out of the Kupyansk front. Well, actually, we do have one last little clip of the 3rd Army Corps, which is also within the Kupyansk area at the moment, conducting battlefield actions. We can see them riding on a small bike, taking a video of this guy on the small bike. And this guy riding a bike, sure, this guy riding a kid's bike. These guys in the bunker. These guys riding around. Playing some games in their bunker. Exercising. They're having a good time out here. It's hell on earth, actually. But still, they try and have the best time they can have. You see these guys watching the cats play, working on a little bit of some bombs at the training field. But you can also see them showing off a large montage of stuff.
Also, by the way, folks, I'm currently trying to find more corroboration of that report by AZ Intel. So if I get that in a second, I will tell Enforcer to read it real quick. I'm trying to see if I can get this directly from the source, if I can.
And I'll be honest with you, man. My confidence in AZ Intel is quite high. So I'm sure if they are reporting, I'm sure other reports will follow quite soon. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them here on air, folks. That way we can make sure to double down and corroborate the claims. Because I'll be honest with y'all, folks. We are not political, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that we're blind. The President of the United States has a very common tendency in foreign policy to just make stuff up, and that sounded like a highly made-up claim that was made earlier today. So if we can get any corroborating information to confirm that, not that I'm going to be biased and leaning towards that direction no matter what, but I would say that it's highly likely that report by AC Intel is accurate.
So it looks like I have found the corroborating evidence I was looking for pretty quickly, actually. I'm seeing here that the Thai Inquirer on Twitter is also putting this out, and they appear to have quite a big following. I'm not super familiar with them real quick, though. Let me take a look. So they are apparently based in Thailand. So the Thai Inquirer apparently is a legitimate outfit inside of Thailand. And it looks like they are citing what appears to be a Facebook post from a Newton, who's the Prime Minister of Thailand. And it looks like he is saying it's definitely not a roadside accident. You can pull this post up, by the way. I've reposted it on Twitter. Newton says it's definitely not a roadside accident, referring to the president's claim there about that whole situation. He said Thailand will continue to perform military actions until we feel that no more harm and threats to our land and people. And I want to make it clear, our actions this morning already spoke. So, I mean, that's pretty clear. If this is a true Facebook post from the Prime Minister of Thailand, then, I mean, that's clear as a bell. He has not agreed to a ceasefire, at least according to him.
I will actually have to say this, folks. I just went on my personal Facebook. I won't show it on air because of operational security sides of things, but I just went and looked on my Facebook at the official Facebook account for a Newton Charnaviracle, and this is actually a legitimate Facebook post that was made. This is not a fabricated one. This is actually correct, so I'm going to read it off to y'all. This is a statement by a Newton Charnaviracle as of approximately 2 hours ago, which is actually a little bit of a time ago, and no one's caught it up until right now. But a Newton Charnaviracle has actually stated that it's definitely not a roadside accident. Thailand will continue to perform military actions until we feel no more harm and threats to our land and people. I want to make it clear, our actions this morning already spoke. So, quite obviously, the president didn't even get on the damn phone with the guy. I guess the whole thing was a lie. Like, because
well, I do want to say we don't know that for a fact. Like, he might have gotten on the phone with the guy. Maybe something else was discussed in the call. We don't know that part. Like, there could have been discussions that we're not aware of, like behind the scenes. But whatever was discussed, if there was discussions, it apparently wasn't very fruitful, or he wouldn't be saying those.
Well, I mean, like, let's go back to what we have a second ago, because I want to compare this side by side so that we can make some statements here with some corroboration. Very good conversation with the Prime Minister of Thailand, and they have agreed to cease all shooting effective this evening. That's just I mean, that statement right there, according to what we're getting from a Newton himself, that's just flat out untrue, baselessly untrue. Like, he's saying the complete opposite. The president saying all shooting stops effective immediately. The Prime Minister of Thailand saying we're not stopping anything at all. In fact, this is going to keep going the way it's been going. So that like if they were on the phone, I mean, he just got off the phone and tweeted out something that's just not even true. Like, hell, at this point, the real question is, what did he even say to Hun Manet, and what's Hun Manet thinking? Or what in the world is Anwar Ibrahim saying or thinking either? I don't know. And also on top of that, apparently, I guess the whole thing about the roadside bomb deal, that was just a guesstimate. Because it wasn't a roadside bomb, it was an anti-personnel landmine, and also that doesn't accidentally happen. And it appears the Prime Minister of Thailand also agrees that doesn't accidentally happen. You just don't cross a border and plant a mine in someone else's country by accident. That's usually done as a provocative action, and also it's incredibly threatening to national security. So, you know, gotta say, folks, the record of the President of the United States saying things in foreign policy that are even correct about the ongoing developments are very slim to none. I mean, you're running like a 1 in 10 chance that anything even has a sliver of truth in it at this point, because he just stated that the war is going to stop, and the Prime Minister of Thailand saying that's not even close to the truth. It's going to keep going well on into the future. So, that is what it is. But we did get the corroboration there. This statement was just straight BS. Anyways, moving on from that, looks like we'll be continuing to cover that war into the future. We are going to be moving further down the line and into the area of Konstantinivka, where we were able to see the Ukrainian police, the national police, actually showing us what the city looks like right now. Konstantinivka is an active battlefield, and while the Russians are several miles away from the outskirts of the city still, they are conducting significant artillery bombardments of the town. The town has largely been evacuated of practically all civilians that volunteered to leave, and it does seem that at the moment the Ukrainian armed forces are still battling quite heavily to continue to control the area surrounding the city, leading up to the city itself. We also have understood that a lot of people are talking about the fact that Zelensky pulled off the baller move up in Kupyansk to show that the Ukrainians are still under control of the city and are actually attempting to retake it at this moment. And a lot of people are wondering, how badly has that embarrassed the Russian government, and what are they going to do about it? And Matthew, what are you thinking about it, and what's everyone else thinking about it?
So it looks like about 55% of the audience, majority, says that apparently Russia is going to obsess over retaking Kupyansk since they've now been embarrassed on the public world stage, claiming that they had taken it. And actually, that was a lie. Putin just blatantly, falsely lied about that. And actually, Ukraine holds Kupyansk. And Zelensky proved that by showing up. 19% said that Russia's going to brush this under the rug and pretend like it didn't happen. And 21% said Putin is going to punish the Russian general that told him the false information. The one thing you can guarantee is that general is in trouble. That's one thing I can promise you at this point. Putin was embarrassed, and when Putin gets embarrassed, it works like the mafia. Someone's about to pay a deep toll for that, and the one who fed him the information will be taking the big toll. So whoever that was that gave Putin that information, God bless their soul, because they're in some deep trouble at this point. I will say also, I think Russia will probably not obsess over retaking Kupyansk because they lost it for a reason. They got fought and pushed out, and they got blasted and destroyed. So they will probably try to retake it, but obsessing over it will do them no good because Ukraine holds it. So I'm with the 21%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would be with the 21% as well. They'll most likely just start to come down on people who lied about the reports. But also I would say that they're probably going to try and conduct concerted efforts to actually take the city, because now they're going to lose face if they never take it, and then they claim that they took it to the public. So really a blend of the two most popular options, at least on the poll at the moment. But I would generally say that they're most likely going to lean more so on punishing someone for the misreporting that was made pretty much from everyone in the Russian government, and they're going to find a scapegoat for it. But with that, we are going to be moving out of Kupyansk and back down into the Konstantinivka front, where we were able to see the Ukrainians dropping some bombs on Russian positions. I don't know what was happening at the beginning of that clip, but man. Oh, okay, well, it's a trap beat. Also, man, I gotta say, I like the Despicable Me bomb the Ukrainians used on this one. It goes hard. Look at it go. Right down into that
You're
roof.
giving him the bomb?
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Despicable them.
Hi, it is Viktor Orban, and you have to drop the bomb. Like, damn, like, honestly, man. That thing shredded. I don't know what kind of bomb that was, folks, but that thing literally shredded the building. Moving on from that and into Zatishok, we were also able to see that the Freedom of Russia unit conducted an infiltration mission behind Russian lines at Pokrovsk and was actually able to get some pretty good effects out of it all. We're going to have to mute that, but we can see right here that are moving on in. We haven't seen video from the Freedom of Russia Legion in a hot minute, folks.
They're back. They were tweeting out some cryptic stuff yesterday evening. They were like, "We're coming." I was like, "Oh, say that again now."
We're coming home. This is around the Shevchenko area. When you see in the darkness, they move. They lurk in the night. Just crawling around all quiet-like. We see some sort of a green thing glowing, and also fire now breaking out. Oh! Man, really stoking the flames there.
Whoa. This guy just run through it?
I don't know what's going on right now, actually, to even describe what this is.
Damn, that thing got his, like, literally bolted through it.
Man, he was like, oops, wrong
That's
side.
insane.
Man, he just ran through it.
Dude just walked on fire.
I wish I could read Ukrainian more proficiently, folks, and Russian as well. It would make things a lot better for us. I'm getting close. I can recognize some words, but not all of them. We can also see them taking some Russian prisoners, as we all know, and, you know, setting some gas tanks and such things as that, you know. This is what they do. But anyways, it does appear that their infiltration operation was successful. We also got to see a Russian assault fail outright. Take a look at this. This was actually filmed by the 155th Brigade, and I like how they're really starting to get into, like, the movie title intros for their videos. Really cool looking. Oh, there's the Russians. Wow, that's like the ATV army right there. Oh, and there goes a bomb on him. They dropped the bomb on him. Here goes another. And another. I gotta say, these Russian mass assault attempts into Pokrovsk, they seem to have a very low success rate and an incredibly high casualty and fatality rate.
Those rates are rising higher and higher, like the interest.
Man, really is something. I gotta say, though, Matthew, it is kind of crazy. Apparently, Facebook is the big thing in Thailand, but it is kind of crazy, man, that apparently the president just put out a tweet that was literally completely misrepresenting the situation on an entire war and just expected nobody to say anything different. You know, that's kind of crazy.
I will say this. This isn't going to be popular for a lot of people. A lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, come on, Matt, don't be naive." But here's why I think. I never get too solidified in saying, like, for example, I will admit the president before he's said things before that didn't pan out or either were misguided or misrepresented. He's done that before when it comes to geopolitics. But when it comes to like things like this, you never really can tell like 100% because all politicians lie. Like, that's just what they do. Now, I will admit, if this was a made-up post by the president, that was a damn bad lie. If the whole thing was made up, that's more than usual when it comes to lying for politicians. But like, you never know. Like, the Thailand minister might have lied. The Cambodian minister might have lied as well. There could have been a lot of lies that led to him writing that post. So, I mean, I always keep an open mind at least. But I will admit, though, it doesn't look good for the United States. But I'll keep an open mind until we get some more information.
Yeah, you know, but I'll have to be honest with y'all, folks. I take a little bit of a different position. You don't get that kind of stuff wrong. If Thailand and Cambodia agree to a ceasefire, Newton Charnavakel would have a statement that would generally corroborate that, saying that two countries have now entered some sort of a binding ceasefire to stop conflict, and the prime minister of the largest country involved in the conflict comes out and says that that your statement was completely wrong, it wasn't an accident, and we're going to keep the war going. It's really hard to get that sort of detail wrong. Because then that also means that that's a surprise to the Cambodians as well, if any of that story was true. So, I mean, it sounds like a flat-out lie to me, is what I would say, in my opinion. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to go on up to Kyiv and cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, on this day. It pretty much was the clip from earlier. It was quite short, but we are going to show it again because this is the speech. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я. Сьогодні Куп'янський напрямок, наші воїни, які тут досягають результатів для України. Багато росіяни говорили про Куп'янськ. Ми бачимо, я привітав хлопців, дякую кожному підрозділу, всім, хто б'ється тут, всім, хто знищує окупанта. Сьогодні надзвичайно важливо досягати результатів на фронті, щоб Україна могла досягати результатів в дипломатії. Саме так це працює. Всі наші сильні позиції всередині країни, сильні позиції в розмові щодо закінчення війни. Дякую кожному воїну. Пишаюся вами, дякую всім нашим сухопутним військам. Сьогодні виключно ваш день. Дякую, хлопці, слава Україні.
Героям слава.
And Hiram Slava.
Hey, there he is. He didn't say peach. I was like, what the hell? But with that's
I was like 40 seconds. So that's all I had was 40 seconds. I was running back. I was stomping on the floor. The floor was almost caving in. And I almost fell right into the whole desk setup, actually.
Oh, dang, really? You sound like you're out of breath, actually, man. You're like, I was like, dang, bro, you good?
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, he's not. He's not good at He's not.
I'm not okay.
Welcome back. My brother, for some reason, what you did, like, it just reminded me of that for some reason.
I need a Costco mental health day, people.
Man, he does, folks, he does. But still, Zelensky was in Kupyansk. I gotta admit, folks, that's pretty baller. I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. There is corruption in Ukraine. That does exist. But I also got to say, that's a little bit hypocritical for people in America to be like, oh, there's corruption, considering that both political parties are corrupt to hell at this point in America, so it's really hard to point a finger at anyone else. But outside of that, I will also have to say that Zelensky is probably one of the most inspiring leaders a nation could have in the present day. When Khamenei went and hid in a bunker in Iran, Zelensky was out in the streets of Kyiv telling people to fight on at the beginning of the war. When other leaders like Putin are hiding inside of a bunker in the Kremlin, Zelensky is literally out at the front lines handing out awards to troops 500 meters away from an active front line. When other leaders have a fifth grade diction and vocabulary that they give speeches in and can hardly keep a coherent thought, Zelensky's out there making eloquent speeches about national pride and dignity for their country and the need to continue to fight on and continue to struggle to see that Ukraine survives. It's very rare that you see a leader like that. You know, you see a couple of them every generation, but it is quite few and far in between. I would actually have to say, folks, Zelensky is quite a significant leader in our time. And he will most likely be put down in the pages of history, much like other leaders have in prior generations and prior eras of history that have been quite significant and inspiring to the people. But anyways, with that, it is time for us, folks, to move on into the second segment of the stream, because we have loads of news. Oh, not really news. Sorry, I got my vocabulary wrong there. We have loads of questions, a lot of them, a lot of super chats, a lot of live chats, and a lot of everything in between, which there is nothing in between, but we still have a lot of it. And we're going to be making sure to get into each and every single bit of that. And of course, folks, we can talk about literally anything and everything, except for the big four: religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. And we are going to, of course, be talking about everything else but those four topics. And so with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's grab one more piece of news, by the way, because believe it or not, even though we have seen an alleged Facebook post from the Prime Minister of Thailand saying he's not agreeable to a ceasefire, I was also looking to see if we can see any more strike footage or military action that Thailand is currently taking, and it looks like we have actually gotten our first images of the most recent attacks. It looks like we have images here showing the aftermath of a strike by a Thailand F-16 fighter jet that bombed the Eternal Diamond Casino in Tamara Da, apparently in the morning hours. So we do see the images showing what appears to be some very, very heavy damage to this casino. And this appears to be after this alleged ceasefire was supposed to be in effect. So it does appear that based on the alleged Facebook post and the images showing more attacks, it looks like there's definitely not a ceasefire in effect. So I think we can say that for pretty much getting close to a fact at this point.
So let's see here. Let me go pull up the Eternal Diamond Casino and see if I can find this. Where is this? This is in California. That's not... I'll be honest with y'all, folks, geolocating in Thailand and Cambodia is absolutely hell on earth, because they'll say something like the Mung Mung Bai area of Thailand, and I cannot find that on maps at all. Like, you can type it in and it just does not exist, on Google at least. So,
it's in Tamar Da.
I did pull that up. That's actually within central South Cambodia. And I was like, oh, surely it couldn't have happened here. I was like, that would be crazy if they conducted an airstrike that deep in the country. But let's pull that up again. And it was a smaller town too. And I was like, let's see here.
Do you think the Thai hit it because it's called the Eternal Diamond? And it had like the Titanic effect, like it just had to sink because it was unsinkable. Like the Eternal Diamond can't be eternal because they just hit it.
Oh, this is right on the border with Sakau, or actually Trat, right here. There's the hotel in, like, I'll get you all on a ground view here because I think we can actually line that up geolocation-wise. We finally found something, folks. So yeah, let me see here. Maybe I can get a better view of this building from somewhere else. It's right across the border, by the way, folks. It's literally practically on the border.
It said temporarily closed on it too, so I guess that means it's definitely been hit.
See, is this a good view of it?
Oh, goodness gracious.
I gotta say, folks, I think the president was also lying about Cambodia being prosperous, because this doesn't look like prosperity to me. Like maybe that's why he's saying that affordability is a myth, is because he thinks that this is prosperity or something. I don't know, but let's I can't get a good view of this casino, folks, but we can look at the pictures of it. Oh, it actually had like a pretty nice little interior and everything. But we can't really get any
I
good
think it was the
pictures.
casino that was hit. I don't think it was the hotel.
I would have to say it is well, it is the hotel and casino, by the way. It's 2 in 1. Because that's the building. You can see that golden dome right there that was on the roof right here, and it has caved into the building. Into one of the smaller wings off to the sides. So this building has been hit by a Thai airstrike, and that happened apparently a little while ago. Today, though, it happened several hours ago. So it is showing us that there are still ongoing strikes happening, which is further leading to the idea that the president just completely misspoke or just put out a fabrication and that this did not happen as far as a ceasefire, and the war is still on at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least as the information we got at the moment. And with that, it's time for us to get on into the questions. So what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our Super Chat questions, we're jumping into our first one, the last segment, which goes to none other than Bobby LC39A once again, and he puts in another $100 support.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Bobby, for once again supporting the channel bigly, big way. And Bobby said Russia lacks the morale of Ukraine, and Russians don't smile much.
Yeah, they don't smile at all, really. It's like any. I've never really seen a Russian smile before. Ever, as a matter of fact. I think their country just beats everyone down to where they don't ever smile. And if they think they're smiling, then they're probably going to get in trouble because they're having too much fun, and the fun police are going to come around and stop them. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Bobby43, aka LC39A. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. So it absolutely massive thanks to you so much once again. And I'd have to say, those Russians, they just don't have a good time. I was actually listening to a video today from a Russian, and they were talking about the depth of the corruption that exists inside of the country, and it exists at every level. And they also said that nobody smiles or laughs or anything because everyone's basically getting screwed by everyone else unless they're bribing them. And it's kind of crazy, folks, because the bribery happens at every level. Even in a public school, like teachers, well, like parents have to bribe the teachers so that way the teachers don't abuse their kids as badly as the other kids. I was like listening to that, I was like, what the hell? Like, I'll be honest with y'all, folks, people don't get it, but people are lucky to live in the Western world, in the United States, because a lot of people say that the Russians are something to look up to, and those people have got to be stupid, because the Russians are absolutely nothing to look up to. Like, would you want to have to go to the DMV and have to pay someone $100 to actually get your license on the day you're supposed to get it, instead of it being a year from now? Would you like to do that? No, I wouldn't like to do that either. That's just unbelievable how bad the corruption is in Russia. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you, massive thanks to you so much once again for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I want to say this. I'm currently looking into the whole Cambodia-Thailand situation. I'm trying to figure out exactly who has lied in the situation, because I will say I disagree with the enforcer on this one. I won't say that it's definitely the United States officials lying, because we simply do not know that right now. I'm seeing here that it appears to be the Cambodian Prime Minister Hun had allegedly, according to some sources, posted a message on Facebook around 4 a.m. today on December the 13th in their time, stating that he had spoken with both the U.S. President and the Malaysian Prime Minister, which was cited in the U.S. President's post that he put out, and the ASEAN chair, Anwar Ibrahim. So at least according to Cambodia, there was a phone call between Cambodia and the United States. What we don't know right now, though, is whether or not there was a call between the U.S. and Thailand. I don't see any type of information saying that did indeed occur, except for the president's post that came out. So at least we know, though, if you believe it, there apparently was a phone call between Cambodia and the United States first. So maybe there was some hope that Thailand would simply agree to it, since Cambodia was agreeable, and maybe that's why the post was made.
Also, by the way, I can actually read off that statement on Facebook if you would like to hear it, because we can actually get the exact statement from the Prime Minister of Cambodia. He did state that a phone call was held, but I'll read off the exact text to y'all. Cannot show y'all my Facebook, however, because it's my personal Facebook, but I'll read it to y'all. I had a telephone discussion with H.E. Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia. on Thursday, the 11th of December, and last night, the 12th of December, with His Excellency, the U.S. President, to find ways to bring a ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand and to get both sides back to implementing the Kuala Lumpur Joint Declaration. So, one, the Prime Minister of Cambodia stated that he has not talked to the Thai at all. He's only talked to Ibrahim of Malaysia, and the President of the United States has not talked directly to Thailand. I thanked both His Excellencies for their continuous efforts towards achieving long-term peace, and have always maintained its stance, and Cambodia has always maintained its stance in seeking peaceful resolutions of disputes in line with the spirit of the Kuala Lumpur Joint Declaration. In light of the shooting on the afternoon of December 7th, 2025, that led to a resurgence of fighting between the two countries, I've advised that the U.S. and Malaysia military or intelligence agencies use their intelligence gathering capabilities, such as satellite images taken during and after that, for 24 hours to verify which side fired first. This method may be the easiest and most transparent method to verify the fact Cambodia is ready to cooperate in case of need. I had a phone conversation with the Prime Minister Anwar of Malaysia, and actually, this is a repeat, so it was actually like the same statement duplicated twice in the same post. But it does not appear that this statement is confirming that there is a ceasefire in effect at all either.
Yeah, it would seem so. The big missing link right now, which we don't know for a fact, is whether or not there was a phone call held between Thailand and the United States. I don't see anything denying it, and I don't see anything corroborating it either. So that's the part we're missing right now to get to the bottom of the story.
But one thing we do know at this point, because I want to make this a little bit clear, is that this statement here, and this is more so the most important part of this, they have agreed to cease all shooting effective this evening. That's the more important statement of this whole deal, and nothing else really matters, is that this is saying that there was a ceasefire going into effect the evening of that day, which is already passed at this point, and it doesn't appear that there is a ceasefire going on at all. According to the statement from the Prime Minister of Cambodia, he has stated that they're looking at a way to implement a ceasefire, and a phone call was held today about that, but no ceasefire is in effect whatsoever. And then Newton Charnavakal has stated on his own Facebook that there is no ceasefire in effect, and Thailand is not looking for a ceasefire. They consider the Cambodian actions to be a direct action of aggression against their country, and they're going to continue the war. So the statement about there being a ceasefire, from what we can tell, the Cambodians are saying that they're working on a ceasefire, or at least trying to see if there's a chance of a ceasefire, but there isn't even one getting close to being set in place at this point. They're just trying to see if it's possible. And the Thai Prime Minister has stated they're not looking for a peace or a ceasefire at all, and they're going to keep slamming the Cambodians until they don't think they're a threat any longer. So both involved parties right now are saying that there is no ceasefire.
Me personally, here's my suggestion for U.S. officials, by the way, because I'm not really sure what their intent behind this was. I don't know if they were trying to like just bullshit their way to a ceasefire, or if they were like legitimately believing that they had somehow negotiated one. Whatever the case is, they would be very, very wise to simply let the parties announce the fact that they've reached a ceasefire instead of trying to take credit for it like this, because this is the problem you run into when you start doing stuff like that. And once again, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here by saying this. You start trying to take credit for it before the parties announce it, and then the parties end up reneging on it, backing off, or it was never agreed to in the first place, and then the United States looks like an ass for the 100th time at that point. It's a huge risk to start taking credit for something when it hasn't been announced yet.
Well, also, from what we know, it would have never been announced, though, because, the Thai Prime Minister is saying they're not going to end this at all. The Cambodians are saying everyone's trying to look in to see if this can even be ended. And saying that Anwar Ibrahim and the President of the United States are saying we might be able to end this at some point, that's nowhere close to even being a ceasefire or a possibility of a ceasefire, because they're saying we're going to look into it, and then they contact the Thai, and then they hear from a Newton, and the Newton goes, we're just going to keep bombing them. And then there is no ceasefire. There's not even a chance of even trying to look at a ceasefire at that point, because the Thai have clearly said, at least according to their own statement on Facebook, they're going to keep going. They're not stopping. And also the Cambodians clearly said, we don't have a ceasefire, but we're talking to the President of the United States and a Newton, not a Newton, but Ibrahim, on trying to get one. So there is no ceasefire. So the statement at its surface that both parties had agreed to cease all shooting effective this evening doesn't even stand for Cambodia. Cambodia didn't agree to anything either, because there is no ceasefire to agree to right now. They're trying to find out if there can be a ceasefire. The Thai are saying that they don't want a ceasefire and they're going to keep going. And we don't even know what Ibrahim is saying. I wonder if we can actually find something of a statement that he made, because I'm sure the Malaysians may have made a statement about this today. But the two warring parties...
Malaysia is basically like the Qatar of the situation, it seems like.
Yeah, they basically are. Can you go and see, Matthew, if there's any inkling at all out there that Ibrahim has made a statement on any platform out there at the moment, Twitter or elsewhere, because we can get his side of the story. That might give us an even clearer picture. But at the moment, both warring parties have made it clear, folks, that there is not even a ceasefire on the table to be agreed to, so there is no ceasefire. So the fact that the president said that they have agreed to cease fire and stop shooting at a certain time and date, that's just markedly an untrue statement, because both parties have confirmed at this point that either they have a will to continue the conflict or that there isn't a ceasefire and they're trying to find one effective right now. So
it looks like 12 hours ago, Anwar Ibrahim, also, by the way, apparently he is the chairman of ASEAN, by the way, so that's an important detail to note right there. I believe that's a very, very big economic alliance in the area.
Yeah,
but
it's like the EU.
Yeah, so Anwar, who is once again the Malaysian individual here, he said, "I received a telephone call from the President of the United States during which we discussed the Cambodia-Thailand conflict, bilateral relations, and global issues of mutual concern. And on the tensions along the Cambodia-Thailand border, he says he outlined Malaysia's role in urging both countries to exercise restraint and return to dialogue through bilateral channels and ASEAN mechanisms. And Malaysia remains ready to support efforts to de-escalate the situation, protect civilians, and restore stability. And as ASEAN chair, Malaysia will convene a special foreign ministers meeting soon to assess the situation and support de-escalation measures." He said he also conveyed his appreciation for the U.S.'s involvement in trying to get this thing resolved. So that was 12 hours ago. That was the last post I can see on his Twitter page that Abraham apparently made, or Anwar, excuse me, that he made on his Twitter page. So I don't see any declaration of a ceasefire in that, at least in the Twitter post.
Well, there's no declaration of a ceasefire from him. He says he's urging everyone to try and calm down, which does not mean that there's a ceasefire in effect. They're just trying to get everyone to calm down to try and get one in effect. The Cambodians have stated they're looking for a ceasefire, but there isn't one. And then the Thai have stated they don't want a ceasefire and they want to keep the war going. So from all three other people involved in this, which is a Newton Charner of Veracle, Hun Hanit of Cambodia, and Ibrahim of Malaysia, 3 out of the 4 people involved in the story right now are saying basically that there is no ceasefire. The only one who's saying that there was a ceasefire that was going to go into effect at a specific time and place is the President of the United States. So out of all 4 of our sources, 75% of them, which are the actual leaders of these countries, are pretty much confirming there is no ceasefire, meaning that this statement that there was a ceasefire put into place by the great leader is markedly untrue. So, I don't know why a statement like that would even be put out, considering that nothing today from the statements of any of those other leaders would lead anyone to believe that there was even a ceasefire on the table at all.
Yeah, so it's interesting in the modern day. Like back in the day when people said stuff, there was really no way to like go to the source to get it necessarily. These days, because of social media and because foreign leaders use social media like it's their negotiating platform these days, you can go to each individual person's page on social media and see exactly what they wrote, which is kind of insane if you really think about it, that we're literally following wartime developments via social media posts on Facebook, Twitter, and other platforms too. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But also, Matthew, that makes it very clear, fact-checking this statement that there was a ceasefire going into effect, it's completely untrue. It is the complete opposite of what's going on. Like, that's quite truly an incorrect, infactual statement.
Yeah, I would say that part. I mean, obviously, it looks like the attacks are still going on, so that's clear. And it looks like the Thailand officials, at least according to what we're seeing on some social media platforms, are saying that they're going to keep attacking Cambodia. So it looks like the ceasefire claim is not true. But the only part that I'm hesitant to say, just because I like to give the benefit of the doubt as an American, even though my intuition is telling me different, I'll be totally honest. I like to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe there was some type of misunderstanding or lies by a foreign country that led to a misunderstanding like this. Just to be generous, to be honest with you, I have a strong feeling what this is likely, the situation likely is, but I just give the benefit of the doubt until I see different.
But also, man, I got to say this: you're giving the benefit of the doubt, but all 3 other leaders out of these 4 are saying we're either trying to see if we can calm everyone down, or we're looking for a ceasefire, or we're going to keep the war going. And none of them are saying that there was a ceasefire in effect at all. There's no way in hell that he miscommunicated with 3 different leaders to come up with this story. Like, none of them are on this page.
But we see what they're saying on social media, though. But when it comes to what they're actually saying verbally on the phone, it could be something different. Like, there could have been a lot more said that maybe murkied the waters or something that led the United States president to believe that there was a ceasefire in place. You know, you never can tell. Someone might have said, "Oh yeah, we'll get this done. Don't worry, we'll have this done in a minute. We'll call you back," and you could have started writing the post. That's possible as well. So just given the benefit of the doubt, that's just my personal take.
Yeah, but also on top of that, another thing that I gotta say is who in the world told him that the bomb was planted on the side of the road by accident as a whoopsie daisy? The Cambodian, Hun Hanet, he didn't say that on his Facebook, and that's the only person who would have talked about the details on that. Thailand's position, at least on their Facebook post from a Newton, are saying that it clearly is not an accident, so you clearly didn't get that from the Thai, and considering that the Thai are the ones saying that they were attacked by that mining, they clearly wouldn't say it was an accident. That wouldn't be their position. The Malaysians wouldn't say that either because they're not directly involved in the armed actions of the Cambodian army to be an official representative or spokesperson for them. So it would have just been Hun Hanet who said that, and he didn't say anything about that in his post, which was a lot lengthier than a Newton's. So where in the world did the story come from that the bombing is an accidental bombing?
Hell if I know, honestly.
And I gotta say, this whole thing, folks, it reeks, really. I mean, like, I'm not trying to go out of our way here to be down on this thing, but also it's Hun Manet, by the way, not Hun Hanet. I've been saying Hanet for a minute, but I gotta say, folks, that's not really a good look. Because also another thing, you're saying, Matthew, maybe there were some details on the phone that got murky, and maybe they said it would be taken care of. But if someone says it's going to be taken care of, you would say something like, "We are getting a ceasefire in place." You wouldn't say, "At noon this evening, all shooting stops." Like, that's so specific. It's basically trying to manifest it without any proof at all. Even if we were to say, like, we know the phone calls were held. Everyone generally confirms, except for the Thai, that phone calls were held. So we know that happened. But at the same time, nobody came close, because how that would have to work is that the Thai and the Cambodians would have to talk through the Malaysians, through Ibrahim and his delegations, to then get all of the messages sent in between Thailand and Cambodia indirectly to get an agreement on a ceasefire, and then they both have to agree to the details through Malaysia as the intermediary, and then lock that down into place for a ceasefire to happen. So
yeah, I think we're seeing return to an old U.S. Belief for foreign policy, not really foreign policy, but more like a belief called manifest destiny. They're kind of manifesting their destiny into existence, it seems like these days, by just saying stuff.
Yeah, I would have to say that seems to be the case at this point, because this work right here, folks, you could put this in the fiction section of a Barnes and Noble, because literally nobody's corroborating that this happened at all. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on. Now that we've went through a rabbit hole of checking that and seeing if it's correct or not, it's completely incorrect. We are now going to be moving on into the next one.
All right. And also, I could rabbit hole more on that, but I'm going to move on, though. I'm going to move on. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to our first super chat, actually, which goes to Mr. Glock, who's there, LSA, and he puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mr. Glock, for that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, when I was getting my MBA degree, also he's flexing that degree, by the way, very nice, by the way. He said, my professor did his PhD on a plan to greatly disrupt the drug cartels, and he proposed all bills over 20 be recalled, and the currency would be swapped out for new issue, and amounts over 5,000 require IRS review. Now, that's an interesting theory right there. I don't know how he expected that to actually stop anything, though.
That sounds draconian. Imagine having an IRS review for anything over $5,000. I mean, that would make the economic system in this country literally impossible to operate. You would have to have many people.
You have to report amounts right now. I think the amount is I think it's over 10,000. You got to report it if you receive it in cash or something like that. There's a rule like that already kind of in place.
But I mean, still, like 5,000 or more, and only $20 bills and smaller denominations. I mean, geez, man. That would be tough to handle. I mean, most stuff's done digitally these days, but still, that's interesting. I don't know if I like that, though, because I like the idea of trying to keep everything as free as possible for people on the day-to-day. And I feel like putting those kinds of restrictions on folks would make life a lot more difficult, especially back then, since things were a lot more paper-based, especially with money. That would be pretty difficult to go, okay, your total is like, $60,000 for this new car. Would you like to buy it in cash? Sure, let me bring all my $20 stacks. Like, that would be like tough. Like, not a lot of people buy cars with straight cash though, but still, that would be crazy to have to handle. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support, and very interesting to hear. I would say, folks, that the best way to deal with the cartels is just strengthening border security. That's just the best way to deal with them. There really isn't any other way to deal with them effectively beyond that. You either increase the abilities of the Coast Guard and the Border Patrol, or you try and go around whacking moles with a hammer or a sledgehammer or something like that, and that's not really going to work too well. And everyone's about to find that one out here soon. And also on top of that, you can't completely stop the flow of anything. There will always be a flow to some degree, and so it's generally a tough thing to deal with. But still, I do thank you massively for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And also, Glockla, who's there, said truckloads of drug money is hard to explain. Yeah, it probably is. It probably is. But I was sitting there hearing that, and I was like, $5,000 IRS review. I was like, what in the world? But beyond that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I hate to bring it to you, Professor. Also, by the way, that might have been before crypto's time, but these days, crypto is likely the way that they do that whole situation when it comes to like trying to move money sort of covertly. Now, I will admit, though, they've gotten good at it, like forensic accounting when it comes to crypto. They've gotten to where you can kind of track the wallets and see where money's kind of being routed and flowing to. So it's not, I don't think it's totally anonymous. I'm not like a crypto expert, though, so don't take that to the bank. But I think there are ways to at least try to like generally see where money's flowing to. So you should be able to track it. At least law enforcement agencies should be able to see exactly who is getting what. And if there's like huge amounts of money going to certain different places, that might be a big tip off that, hey, that might be some laundering or something like that happening right there. I might want to look into it. So the crypto thing kind of made the whole like paper money, like laundering thing for the cartels kind of a little bit obsolete, I think.
Yeah, I mean, possibly that's true. And also saw someone say, the new world order going digital, cash will be burned. Let me ask you this. Do you know how Russia and China work financially? Do you know that in China, because people say that China and Russia and BRICS are going against the new world order. That's one of the running theories out there. Do you know that in China, there's basically no paper money at all anymore, and everything's done through an app on your phone, pretty much like an Apple Pay system, and that's pretty much how everyone's money is handled in China. And in Russia, it's very similar to that as well. I find it funny that people always talk about the West is the New World Order, and they're trying to crimp down people and destroy humanity and kill everyone over here for some reason, which wouldn't really make a lot of sense. And everything that people say that we're doing that's evil, that the BRICS isn't doing because they're our saviors, they're the ones doing all of that. Like when you say something that they disagree with, you go to prison. You don't live a good life there. You hardly make any money. Bribery is the only way to get anything done in those countries. You can get executed for saying things against the government. You literally do not have any cash, and the government can destroy your credit through statements that you make. That kind of stuff is absolutely insane. It's a dystopian hell. And what's crazy is that people want to make out the West to be a dystopian hell. And while we have a lot of issues, and I'm sure many of things to complain about and gripe about, because I can come up with plenty myself, we're still way better off than our adversaries, and there's no greener grass. You're in it. So if you don't like this green grass, it only gets browner from here. So that's one thing I got to say about that. I just don't know. And also on top of that, folks, I got to say another thing. People always make it out that the folks like here's like the conspiracy theory that goes on, folks, is that there's this new world order thing that exists to just completely destroy everything. No real reason for it. They just want to destroy everything. And here's my issue with that. If they wanted to destroy everything, people make money. People consume. Whether they're working to make a good or they're consuming the good, people are the very bottom line of the entire system globally in the world. Why in the world would a new world order want to start a genocide against their own people, which consume things that make them money and keep them in power, and also work to produce things that make them money to keep in power? Why in the world would they want to destroy all those working units of people and end up at a zero-sum gain where they completely destroy any ability to make themselves more money or anything else at all. That, like, it just doesn't make any sense, and it comes from like a conspiracy theory background that just doesn't make any. Most conspiracy theories make no sense, but that one's one that makes no sense to me at all, because if you look at anything that governments do, governments for the past few decades have been trying to simplify everything to the point that people can hardly die, and they try and make them live as long as they can. Why in the world would the New World Order care about seatbelts? Wouldn't they want you to get ejected out of your car window when you get in a crash? I mean, wouldn't that be an easy way to get rid of people? I mean, with seatbelts, about 40,000 people die in automobile accidents in America every year. Without seatbelts, that number, I think, was getting on up towards 80 and 100,000. Don't you think they would make things a lot less safe? Something along those lines? Like, they don't. On top of that, then there's a push in a lot of these countries to try and make healthcare as accessible as possible, to try and get people to live longer and up the life expectancy. If they're wanting to kill off a lot of people, why in the world would they want people to live longer? Like, none of it makes any sense at all from any level. It's like on top of that, it's like, if we were wanting to see that the whole system was destroyed, wouldn't that just mean that we're pretty much transferring the power in the world from us to other people? So these people who are in charge of the world, supposedly, they become powerless while other people rise in their stead because they actually have people that consume and produce to give them power. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Bobby LC39A once again, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Bobby, once again for that support and putting that toward the digital meatloaf fund. That I've always wanted some digital meatloaf, me personally. I've always wanted to try that stuff right there. Ever since I saw it in that cartoon, I wanted some digital meatloaf. But Bobby said, the rarest picture in the world, a photo of a Russian soldier smiling with a full set of teeth. That's like very subtle brutality right there. Bobby's coming in tough on those Russians, I tell you, damn.
Man, honestly, man, that is hard. That goes hard right there. That was a baller line right there. And what's crazy is that a lot of them do have missing teeth. That's actually true. Whenever we've seen any of them kind of smile, there's usually like a missing tooth here and there. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. And I gotta say, that was a sick burn. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And also, really quickly, I want to get back to this because this is something interesting. Someone said the population is below replacement rate now in most countries due to COVID. So to explain to people who may not know what that is, that's talking about fertility rates, and I'll explain in a second how that also doesn't really apply. For a country to replace their population generation over generation, they have to have a fertility rate of 2.1. That means that a couple, which is a man and woman, they get married and they have 2 kids, or generally the population at large has to have at least 2.1 kids, or so, roughly around, to be able to replace the population. So there has to be, for the current population right now, a 210% increase in births. That way, when that generation dies off, they're completely replaced by the new one. The thing about that, though, is that it's saying during the time of the whirlybird epidemic that came through the world, the fertility rates dropped then. The fertility rates dropped here in the West in the 60s in most countries. In the United States, the last time we had a 2.1 fertility rate was in 1962. Since then, it's hovered around 1.7 to 1.6. Right now, it's 1.6. So we have not had a replacement rate in this country for 60 years. So that didn't just happen recently. And across the whole of Europe, that's also been the same. And you'll notice that in these countries, crazily enough, with the fertility rates being that low since the 60s onwards, the populations are still increasing to some extent. Like here in America, it expands every year. It expands year over year. And the only reason the U.S. population is growing is because of immigration. That's it, because the national fertility rate is so low, the population should be decreasing like it is in Japan and in China. But it's not, because there's just so many people who continue to immigrate here, and that's what keeps the population growing, which is something that a lot of people don't really know. And if you don't believe me, I can go pull it up. Fertility rate USA. Let me go get this. Let me see if I can get this year over year. Let's see here. Images. Let me go see if I can get a graph. Dang, do they have this in just number values? Oh, yeah, here we are. So, as you can see right here, this is the graph. You can see that right around the 1960s, it completely dropped from about 3.5. That was the baby boom, by the way, all the way down to about 1.7 or so, and it's basically hovered around there since then. So we've never had a replacement rate since the 60s. So when people say that that's happening recently, that's just markedly untrue. And basically every Western country looks like this. In fact, it's a lot of non-Western countries that don't even fall within our sphere that are having issues like this. China's fertility rate is 1.4. Which is insanely low. Japan's, I believe, is about 1.3. Chile's is 1.3. There's loads of countries. Even North Korea, crazily enough, has a fertility rate right now about 1.4 to 1.5. That's even according to the North Korean government statements. It's so bad that Kim Jong-un had to go on TV, and for one of the first times ever, a North Korean leader cried and begged the population to actually have children because they're nowhere close to a replacement rate, and considering that North Korea is an ethno-state, they can't have anyone immigrate to the country because anyone that's not a North Korean is technically inferior according to their state ideology, so they're literally going to disappear as a nation, and they don't even fall within any group. They're completely on their own. So the idea that fertility rates are attached to anything here in the West, like anything at all. It just doesn't stand to scrutiny when you really look at the statistics and comb it over. This is more so of a global issue in most places. There are places that go against the grain, though. The Middle East, the Indian subcontinent, Africa, and generally that's about it right now. And their populations are booming. But once they get industrialized, it's actually expected they'll probably start to do what everyone else is doing at this point, which is to start to have a drop in fertility and then a population dive after that. I don't know what it is, folks. I don't know what it is that creates the fertility issue or the replacement issue. But it is something that is quite concerning because it's basically happening to every industrialized and post-industrialized country. But anyways,
well, I think it's economics. It's economics or something like that. I guess maybe,
but
or maybe not enough sexy time or something.
But we say that though. But in Africa and India, the populations are skyrocketing, and those places are impoverished. And it's like, I don't know what it is, folks. I really don't know because considering the wealth disparity, we are well off compared to any nation in Africa. And yet their populations are booming in most every nation down in Africa. And basically India and Pakistan are still skyrocketing in population as well. And people say it's expensive to have kids, but in places like India and such, they hardly even have money to feed their kids. A lot of them die of famine and disease, truth be told, because they just can't afford to feed them, or they can't afford to keep them healthy, or even put them in school. And so
I think maybe it's because maybe the Americans are being worked to death, so they don't have time for the activities. Maybe that could be part of it.
I mean, maybe. I mean, that could be a part of it. But then again, I mean, man, like back in the 1800s, people were working like 80-hour weeks, 100-hour weeks sometimes, and they were still having huge amounts of kids. I mean, the fertility rate back then was like way up there. I think it was like 8 and 7 or something, and they were having kids to the kazoo, and they were literally working so much they hardly had any time to do anything. And nowadays we have on standard for most people a 40-hour work week, and they don't really have a lot of kids. I don't know what it is, really, because when you look at it, you would say maybe people are being overworked or they don't have enough money. But in reality, historically, we have an excess of everything right now. Free time, money, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And nobody's having kids.
Maybe so, possibly. I guess, maybe not enough people are looking at that commercial. It's like, pill for men, and she'll like it too. Maybe not enough people are looking at that commercial and being like, hey, maybe they might be on to something with that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe.
I'm wilding out.
Man, honestly though, that was pretty funny, man. I was like trying to play it straight, but I was like, honestly, I'm about to bust out laughing. But let's see. Some people are saying it's still not a lot of money. And that's true. That's true. I mean, like, people are struggling to get by. But, I mean, that never stopped anyone back then. I mean, people wouldn't be even able to clothe their kids, and they'd still have them. And it just makes you wonder.
I'll go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was rounding out right there, actually.
Well, I saw Miss Disa say, ask yourself why. In the past, you both would have at least 2 kids. Also, disclaimer, by the way, I don't have kids. I am not married. Just to make that clear. I think everybody knows that anyway, but just to make that perfectly clear. Honestly, there's several reasons for that personally. Now, obviously, everybody's different. Some people have like natural personalities. They're like, quote unquote, the ladies' men and things like that. So some people, it's, whatever. But I mean, even those people that are minded like that, even they are contributing to the lack of children in the country. It seems like it's also a societal change as well, because I'm not sure, like our demographic is all over the board these days, so it's not just young, old, in the middle, etc. We have people that watch the channel from every age demographic. But if you ask any young people these days, the majority of young people will say that the mindset, like for marriage and things like that, and having kids and committing to having kids, is changing a lot. There's really not a desire to commit to that. There's a lot of extramarital activities happening and things like that, but there's no commitment to actually having a proper family in most places in the country anymore. So it might be societal as well, honestly.
But like when you think of that though, like look at the North Koreans. They're in a bubble. They hardly get anything from the outside world. So they're in their own bubble and they can generate their own society however they want and practically run it however they want. And the fertility rate has also plummeted there as well, for no reason, rather than people just don't want to have kids in North Korea. It's like they work on a completely different system than us, a completely different society, everything else. They have no contact with us. And from what we know from official North Korean statements, their fertility rate has now dropped below ours. It's like, why did that happen? They had a high fertility rate up until about, I think it was like 15 and 20 years ago, and then it just started to drop off. It's like, why did that happen? It's like, it doesn't appear that it's connected to a society, because they have a huge sort of an effort in North Korea historically to go, the main job is to work, marry, and have kids to continue on our Juche revolution. And then nobody's even having kids, and that's like a core tenet of Juche ideology.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to avoid going on a rant here because I personally have some personal opinions about the whole situation, and I don't want to. Here's the problem: I'll say my opinion about it, and people will instantly put a label on me, like instantly, if I'm honest about it. But I don't care. I'm going to be honest anyway. There's a problem with the mindset these days, not just with women, but there's also a problem with the male mindset as well. Something that I noticed being in this age bracket and being 25 years old is it's not general across all women, by the way. It's not all of them. There are genuinely nice women out there, but there's a huge problem these days with having distorted mindsets, because I think social media is poisoning the minds of young people these days. It's probably had an effect on me too, but I try to curb it. But for a lot of young people, they have this idea of instant gratification. They also have standards that are way, way too high. Like, for example, they believe they should be marrying into a situation where they're instantly wealthy, instead of understanding that's not the way it works in real life. That's a huge problem. And then on the men's side of the equation, there's also a problem there too, because these days men get burned by women that have very high standards, and then they start treating women like trash, which also feeds into the problem as well. So it's a problem on both sides. It's kind of like fueling. Each side is kind of fueling the problem equally. It's not just one side or the other. It's not just women. It's not just men. It's both of them, which is honestly a huge problem. I see these two dudes saying the gender wars have returned. It's not, I wouldn't really label it a gender war. It's just a societal shift that's not really compatible with, developing families the way it used to be.
I don't know, man. I mean, like people have been like that forever, though. Like there was a little opera, because I've been getting interested in operas lately, folks, to see what they're about. That was written by Mozart in 1780. Well, in the 1780s, it was 1787, called Don Giovanni. And it was literally about like a frat dude, basically. Like there was a song in the opera called "The List," and it was literally about he slept with 1,000 women in Spain, 231 in Italy, and 100 in Switzerland, and 300 in Germany, and then something here and there. And it was like, so this is like a common thing that's been going on forever. Like it was even in plays back then. Like this dude's like a frat dude, and then there was also like salacious women in the play as well, that would get with him. But he eventually got dragged to hell at the end, but that's a whole other story. But still, outside of that, like, people had the same outlooks, and men and women acted the same back then that they did now, apparently. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been subject matter to make a play like that on. I mean, this guy was literally like, he was going around, he was apparently getting some, he was getting some business or those sorts of numbers, which couldn't have been that crazy, because, it had to have been somewhat slightly realistic to some degree, especially for like the upper class at that point. So it's like, it was like that back then. They didn't have a fertility rate issue. It's still like that today. People are still the same, yet there's a massive fertility issue.
I think it's a combination of issues: societal, economic. Also, it's not very inspiring either when you see the divorce rates in America. If you're thinking about getting married as a young person, and unfortunately, and this is a sad reality, most kids these days, their parents have been divorced, and the kids had to witness that nasty situation firsthand. So they're already a kind of like a bad thing in young people's heads about divorce, and that's a new thing to this generation. Divorces have skyrocketed with the current generation of children, especially my generation. It is skyrocketed. So most kids already are aware of the nasty situation of divorce, and then they see the data and statistics that back it up. Like, it's the majority of people are getting divorced. It's like, well, does it make financial sense to get married? You can look at it from a very pragmatic view like that. Is it going to hurt me financially to get married, because I could lose at least half my stuff, if not more, if I end up getting divorced? And also, there's another side of it as well. Why bother getting married if you're going to get divorced, and the odds are you're almost definitely going to get divorced? That's another thing too.
I mean, that's a possibility. I don't know. I would be honest with you, man. Every time like anyone brings up ideas like that, like you're bringing up, there's always, it's always been like that though, or something along those lines, or there's always been something like that happening. And people say it's worse now than ever, but that's not true. Like, if you know history well, humanity has never changed throughout all of history. If anything, it might be better now than it ever has been. But it's still, it just doesn't really affect the fertility issue. Because it's like, people back then, they went around cheating. I mean, they say it wasn't really supported. But, people 300 years from now can go, well, adultery is illegal according to the laws of this state and that state in the United States, which is still on the books, by the way. Like, going around and conducting adultery in a lot of states in the United States is technically illegal on the books, but it's not enforced. And people could go, well, look, I mean, it was illegal back then. We're living in bad times today. And that just doesn't really reflect the situation well, because, living in these times, it's different. But
Just because they're going around, committing adultery or something, doesn't mean they're necessarily having kids with their mistress or whatever. They're not necessarily having kids. I mean, also, just because people are going around, doing activities and things like that, that doesn't mean there's kids being had necessarily. So I mean, that's sort of playing into that whole lack of commitment thing. There's not really a desire to have families. It's more of a desire for the existence of activities, but not necessarily actually, Also, by the way, let me get this bot out of here. The bot made me lose my train of thought, but go ahead. There we go. Somebody came in here and was really losing their mind over something. They were losing it.
Yeah, bro. They kind of like they lost their composure. But Brian Gonzalez said, enforcers confusing promiscuity with creating a family. You're overlooking we have protection now, and men are in fear of support. It seems natural to me that there are less births. Here's the thing, though. Here's what a lot of people don't know. Back then, here was the birth control. If you didn't want a kid, you just threw him off a hill. People don't say that a lot, but that's what everyone used to do historically. They'd drop them off somewhere to starve, or they throw them off a hill. A lot of people don't know this, but near practically every single Roman bath, at the back of the bathhouse, has been found loads of skeletal remains, and a lot of them, everywhere across Rome. So this wasn't specific to a specific group of people in Rome, or a specific society in Rome, because there was multiples of them, the Gauls, the Romans, so on and so forth. But this was across the whole of Rome, everywhere you could find, from Britannia all the way down, hell, even into Judea. There would be these loads of corpses, or really more so the skeletal remains of newborn infants behind these bathhouses. Because when a woman had a kid and she didn't want to have it, they just tossed it back there to die. That's what they did. So there was like
bad. It's bad. I don't like hearing about this stuff.
But that's what would happen back then. Like, you would hear that in hell, it was such a common thing, folks, that even the story of let's see, the story of the Hunchback of Notre Dame and its original writing. Let's see, Claude Frollo was actually going to kill Quasimodo by throwing him down a well, or at least just throwing him off somewhere to die because he was misformed and misshapen. And that's how it was back then, pretty much all the way up until recently, because we actually got some pretty fine morals these days on that sort of a topic. And now we've pushed the argument far beyond where it ever has been before. But that's how it was back then. Like, that's something that a lot of people just don't know, because a lot of people think back then, when you had a kid, you kept it. People back then didn't give a damn. Hell, I'm sure many of y'all especially know the stories of ancient Sparta. In ancient Sparta, it was true. If a child appeared to be weak or disfigured as a newborn, they would dispose of it. With no questions asked, wouldn't care, and the mother would be fine with it, the dad would be fine with it, everyone would be fine with it, the town would be fine with it, the city would be fine with it, the state would be fine with it. That's how it was. And so when people say, oh, it's because you can do that without having a kid these days. Well, that didn't matter back then. They could do it and have a kid, and they'd still get rid of the kid. And that still didn't affect them having enough kids to grow the population, or at least keep it at replacement rate. So like that. Then there, once again, it's like the answer to this. It seems easy to answer, but when you really think about it, especially in a historical lens, I don't really know what the answer is. It confounds me as to why the modern world has this sort of an issue, because it's never been an issue before. People have historically always been the same. You can see that through literature, through plays, through what people wrote, through what people talked about, how people felt about things. Nothing has changed, but people don't have kids anymore. And it's just a very odd sort of a thing to me. I don't really know what the explanation is.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I'm getting depressed.
Man, honestly, it is kind of sad to think about, but hopefully we can find some way to work around this and fix the situation. Maybe we can see, I would not maybe, we definitely need to see the people in this country make a better living. Maybe that'll help. I think it will. Maybe, or at least we could try, and if it doesn't work, at least people are better off anyways, and then we could try and work on something else. But anyways, with that, folks, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on from that very deep, dark topic there, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Marion Deemert, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Marion, for digging us out of the depths of the deep, dark rabbit hole. And we appreciate that very, very much. And Marion said, stay safe, and you guys rock. And thank you for all you do.
And thank you so much for the incredible support, Marion Deemert, and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying what we do, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep doing what we do. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chef Danny B, and he puts in a $50 support as well. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $50 support. And it's good to see you once again. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And it's been a busy week, and I had an event last night for my catering business, Bees Catering, and an event tonight for the social house. And that's why I haven't been in the chat, but I always have my earbud in, and LLT, LSA.
Hey.
Also, by the way, folks, I gotta say, because I talked to Danny also off air as well. He's a friend, but he works like nonstop. Like I am very impressed by that. He's basically almost doing what we were doing during law school, and also doing our channel with the amount of hours and how much he works. It's really insane how much Danny works. So when he says he's working, he is working. Like he's seriously working. But thank you very much once again, Danny, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say a humongous thanks to you for the support, Chef Danny B. And Chef Danny B, the official chef of the LSA, is always working hard on cooking up those fine meals and serving the folks out there, which is a very big thing to be proud of. And I got to say, thank you so much for the support. And also, I hope you've been having a good job at that catering event last night. And also, it's good to hear that you still have us on the earbud. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. So humongous thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Renegade Preppers UK yet again. And he said, good evening, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt. I hope you're both well. And to the LSA, I just want to say for 1,388 days, you guys have kept the news coming, whether good or bad. So thank you both for all the hard work. LT, LSA, and Slava Ukraine.
And thank you so much for the incredibly massive support and helping this channel to keep running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I got to thank you incredibly so much once again, because folks like you help us to be on air for 1,388 days, and hopefully far longer than that, to keep covering the news from everything going on around the world. We're highly honored to think that we're a significant voice. It's really crazy because we get recognized a lot of places that we go. Luckily enough, haven't been recognized in Salt Lake City yet directly. But I have been recognized on a lot of video games that I play in my downtime when I'm off air, which is really crazy to see. And if any of them are watching, really cool to meet all of y'all. And it's really neat to know that y'all enjoy the show. And also, it's just really weird to know that we've really become the voice of the nation in terms of news these days and getting the news out there to so many people. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our next one here, this one goes to BC Skyman, and BC puts in a $20 support, and thank you very much, BC, for once again supporting the channel, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And while we're at it, by the way, BC, we also had a 20 from Jose Diaz, who did not leave a comment either, but a huge shout out to both of you, BC and Jose, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
Two channel legends throwing in support without comments. We thank y'all both massively for the support, and we thank y'all for being here once again tonight and enjoying the show and helping us to keep this thing on a rolling. And so a humongous thanks to y'all once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to a roofer, Terry, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Terry, for that support as well. And the roofer said, buy you guys a couple of beers. At Bobby's Tavern in Salt Lake City. They took over the old Juniors Tavern, which I used to hang out at when I was in Salt Lake City. And it's basically a hippies bar, and have fun. Also, by the way, thank you very much, Terry, for sponsoring a couple of beers. I'll be honest with you, Terry. I actually don't drink. I've actually, drank a little bit here and there, like trying it and stuff like that. I'll be honest, I'm strange this way, and I think Enforcer's this way as well. I don't like to mess up being, in the right mental state. And alcohol does that to you. Even if you're drinking just a little bit of it, it still does something to you, like a little buzz from it or something like that. I've never cared for that feeling. I know some people love it. They're like, oh yeah, if I can just like get a little bit of that, I'll be good to go. I'm kind of the opposite. Whenever I do that, it's like, oh man, like I don't like this at all. It's tough, and I don't like feeling like this. It makes me feel like not right. So I will put that towards the Swig Fund. Also, by the way, they look down upon alcohol in Utah. They look down on it. So I'm going to go for that Swig right there. But thank you very much once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, I thank you massively for support. Me personally, I don't really drink alcohol either. I have tried it from time to time, and it's just not really my thing. And I also don't like the feeling of getting tipsy. I've never been drunk, but I have gotten to the point of getting a little tipsy here and there, and it's just not really for me. I don't know. It's just how we were raised, I think, that kind of led us to have that sort of an affinity for being sober, I'd say, because we had a very strict upbringing, which didn't really allow for a lot of play, so it was more so work related. So then you just kind of get into the groove of that, and that just becomes life. And anything else that deviates from that is a bit of an issue. And also on top of that, I really like to be sober because it allows for me to focus a lot on all kinds of things, whatever I want to do and whatever I want to learn about. And I would say that's probably more so why I know a great deal about history in particular in military affairs or affairs of martial activities is because I've just never been drunk, and I never really spend my time on anything rather than reading and learning about something somehow, some way. So Utah is kind of a fit for us that way because there isn't really a lot of bars out here. Now, there was a lot of them in Ogden when I went up there, but there's not really a lot of them down here in the Salt Lake City area itself. And considering that we really don't drink, it isn't really that much of an issue for us at all because it makes no impact on our life whether there's any drinking establishments or not. But I do thank you so much for the support, and I would take you up on that offer. It's just that we just don't really have an affinity for drinking, really. I'll have a root beer, though. That's something I'll have. But honestly, I can only have a root beer from time to time beyond that because the sugar gets me sick. A lot of it, at least, would get me pretty sick feeling. I'm not diabetic or anything, folks, by the way. I had blood work done a little while ago. Everything came back fine. But for some reason, when I consume a lot of sugar, I just don't feel good afterwards. I feel quite sick. And honestly, it's not even that much sugar. It's just like a little bit. Like having like 2 medium-sized cupcakes, I'll start feeling sick as a dog from the sugar in that alone. Like 1 cupcake gets me to where I'm feeling kind of sick. 2 of them, I'll be practically nearly throwing up from how sick I'll be feeling at that point. So That's generally, folks, that's generally the rundown on the whole drinking side of things. Just not really a thing for me, really, or Matthew, for that matter. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Honestly, ever since we moved out to Utah, I've been trying to like change things completely. Like, first of all, I didn't drink alcohol in the first place. I don't have any other vices like that when it comes to like vaping, smoking, etc. So I've just been jumping headfirst into running, going for really long walks. I'm not running, and now that I have a bike, I'll go for very long bike rides, like 8 to 10 mile bike rides a day. Which actually I'm still not crippled from. I'm still doing it. I'm still not messed up. And also, I've increased like my diet like significantly, like 100 plus grams of protein a day. I'm trying to like really get in decent shape, which is good. So luckily, no alcohol included, eating right, and also thankfully getting to sleep right somewhat, because we've gotten to push our hour back a little bit on the stream because of the time change out here. So honestly, like our health should improve a lot being in Utah compared to Alabama when it comes to that whole thing on many different fronts. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Crispy, who puts in a $24 super chat. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that support once again. I do not see a comment there, but we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you massively for the support and enjoying this channel and helping to keep it running. We're massively appreciative of it, and folks like you make this thing a reality and help us to keep it rolling every day. And so with that, hope that does address that well. And I also see some people going, you lightweight. Look, folks, if y'all drink, I have no problem with that at all. I think people have got to do what they got to do to get through a day. And if people have got to have a smoke or a drink or something like that, well, that's on y'all. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't partake in it, but that's on y'all. You're your own citizen. You can do what you want. But me personally, I just can't get into it. Like, and also, folks, I can say this: I will drink if there is a social setting where drinking is going on. Like, say for some reason, there's like a party and the drinks come out. I'll drink, but I'm not going to be drinking until I get, plastered, or I'll probably just have one just to have it to be polite. But, I won't be going overboard. It's not like I absolutely hate it. It's not like, it's just that I don't really see a reason for it, and I kind of dislike it. And also it takes attention away from focusing on all of the crazy things out there, that you could just focus on for the hell of it, like anything for that matter. I just like reading about stuff, and when you get kind of inebriated at all, it makes it a lot harder to actually focus and retain any information at all. And so I just have a bit of a problem with it, really, for that reason. Because it's like, if I want to sit down and read about something, like, reading about the Don Giovanni play or opera today, it's like you won't really retain a lot of information because you're kind of a little buzzed. You won't really remember any of it. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang. And thank you very much, Mr. Bang Bang, for that support. He said, nobody, including you, says Russia's offensive is moving at a snail's pace. The snail moving 16 hours a day at 0.048 kph with 8 hours of sleep each day. He's getting technical. He said, it started in Donetsk City, and it's now just 17 kilometers from the city of Ternopil.
The city of Ternopil? Damn! Oh my God, that's all the way across the country. So basically, Russia is moving at an immeasurable pace of speed. It's not even moving as quickly as a snail, because a snail would be almost all the way through Ukraine by now. That's actually crazy. I thank you so much for support and sharing that. I actually didn't know that would be the metric there, or at least how far it made it. But that's crazy. The Russians are not even moving close to the speed of a snail, funnily enough. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Peter Burrow, also known as Flash One. And thank you very much, Flash One, for that $20 support. He said, good day, enforcers. Do you think it will change for Russian, knowing that the withheld money won't go back to them, and they were counting on getting that money back to keep the 3-day war going, and love the show and keep it up in LSA?
It's a possibility. It's not out of the question. But I will guarantee you that if they do liquidate those assets, I think that actually is going to be a tipping point for the Russians. I don't know what they're going to do in response. It could be anything up to a war with Europe, but they're going to most likely lose their crap over losing that much money in frozen assets. So with that, I hope that does address that the best that I can. A big thanks to you once again for support, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Old Warrior Fellow, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well, for that support. He said, Russia is claiming they caught a NATO general and a colonel advising in Huliapol, and any word on the veracity of the report?
It's probably it's probably close to being accurate because there's tons of NATO, well, not NATO, but multinational officers and liaisons in Ukraine that are advising them and assisting them and helping them in all kinds of ways. So it's not really out of the question. It's not that far out there, really. But I don't know about that specific claim, so I'd have to declare ignorance on that one. But there are foreign advisors all over the place in Ukraine. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Renegade Preppers UK, who puts in a 20 as well. Thank you very much once again, good sir. We're throwing out, I believe, that is the third or fourth super chat of the night, and we do appreciate that. Hey! And he said, hello, Enforcer Matt. Just a question in regards to the ceasefires. Is it me, or does POTUS come across as more of a gambler rather than a deal maker, and making deals and the house always wins rather than results proven, and LSA? Honestly, Renegade Preppers, I think it's out of frustration at this point because in business, you can generally get business deals done a lot faster than deals in geopolitics around the world. And I mean, from what I've seen, and obviously I'm not a real estate developer, so I don't know how that world's like. But from what I've seen and observed from people that are in it, deals get done at a much faster pace in that industry. But when you're dealing with very complex situations between multiple different countries, that takes a lot more brain power and a lot more patience. And I think it's frustration. That's why we see rushed deals. We see, the U.S. trying to manifest deals into existence is because there's no patience involved in it. It's just, I want it now, instant gratification. And if I don't get it, I'm going to try to force it through. That's the mindset. But Enforcer, what say you?
Honestly, I'd have to kind of agree with that. But I would say, I'll be honest, I don't mean to sound biased in saying this at all, but I really rarely can give the president the benefit of the doubt because I've been doing it for a year. Really more so about 10 months and ran out of benefit of the doubt about 2 months ago. But the president seems to just say this stuff in hopes that other people don't want to be embarrassed by disagreeing with him and they're scared of making him look like a fool. So he's just hoping that out of that fear alone, people will end up agreeing with the statement. And that's really what it seems more so to me, is he's done that a lot on Ukraine. And whenever Zelensky finally rebuffs something, then he acts like he's just deeply offended that someone called out a lie on him and he's going to punish them for it because everyone's supposed to just agree with him at the end of the day. So it honestly seems more like a pressuring or a bully tactic to be like, you better agree with what I said because I'm the leader of the United States and I'll crush you like a bug. Sort of an approach. That's what I take it as. And it appears that Thailand has just said, to hell with that. We don't give a damn if we're crushed like a bug or not. You can kiss our ass. And that's really the approach that they're taking at this point. And I'd say, I'll be honest with y'all, that's really an approach I would take as a country that was dealing with the United States currently. Because here's my thing. Here's my thoughts on this, folks. If I was a leader of one of these countries, I'm the leader of a country elected by the people to represent their interests. I'd be damned if I'm going to listen to anyone else in any other country force me to do something that my people might not agree with. That's just absolutely stupid. And that seems to be the approach that Zelensky's starting to take. A lot of European leaders are starting to take. A lot of East Asian leaders are starting to take. And then also now Thailand is taking that as well. So that would be my general thought on it. But, once again, I want to say, folks, not trying to be political here, but I don't really have a lot of benefit of the doubt for the president anymore because the president has made decisions that have been absolutely catastrophic and disastrous, in my opinion, in a whole bunch of ways. Very bad calls, completely squandered years of development in certain diplomatic avenues that we've been having. And it's not from a political approach. It's from, we generally have had the same running line of thinking here on the channel, and it's just being torpedoed at this point as far as what would be the best interest for the country and the people. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Zyber Sniper 1, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, good sir, Zyber Sniper, for that support. He said, coffee fun for the enforcers. And have you heard of a new game called Ukrainian Flight Drone Simulator? It looks like a fun game. And question to the chat, please. Also, by the way, Zyper, I have heard of that game, by the way. I believe someone who actually developed that game reached out to us via email. I just saw the email in my spam box today, and I was like, damn, that went to my spam box. And it looked like they were trying to let us try the game or something. So we might be looking into it. I don't know much about it, so I'll have to look into it. But it looks like it could be fun. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that we have heard about that game, and it does sound interesting. We'll have to look into it because I'm one for first-person shooters. I think they're pretty fun as a game category. And also, I saw someone earlier ask, "What are your favorite games?" Well, it's going to sound very boring, but train simulators are a really big one. Obviously, a lot of people are like, "Wow, that's really on brand for them," and it is. I had a lot of Tylenol growing up, and also I play Squad, and also a few other games like Peak. I've been playing Peak recently, which is where you like climb a mountain, and I play that with some personal friends of mine from like school and the armed forces and stuff. So it's fun. We have a good time, but I don't really play a huge amount of games, and generally I kind of just play Train Simulator and stuff and the other games to kind of pass the time a little bit. But crazily enough, I was on Squad the other day, the last time I was on, and I got in a squad, and like half the people in the squad out of 9 people knew what the show was, which was really bizarre because we don't really deal with a lot of people much, and it's crazy to think that an entire player base of people like on Squad, I guess, happen to generally know what we're about and what we do. Although that would be pretty on brand. That's kind of in the same category of stuff. It's war. But anyways, with that, we will look into it. A big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Waka Waka What, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Waka Waka What, for that support. He said, Zelensky's wheelbarrow fund after the axles broke, leaving Kupyansk.
Oh, man. I have to get back in my flying barrel and fly back to Kyiv. Yeah. Zelensky's sitting there saying, I might have played a piano with my wiener, but as far as anyone having a bigger Johnson out here, Putin has none. I have it all. I win. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, I think the only person that's outdone Zelensky on that whole situation was the guy that we had as the president. I can't remember his name. He was like, "Have you seen Jumbo?" Like, hey, yo, what? It's like, hey, now it's like, chill out. We're not trying to do all that. Like, you can just chill out with that. In the bathroom at the urinal, talking about, "Have you seen anything like this before?" It's like, whoa, what the hell? Like, oh man, if I ran across something like that in the bathroom, we're like, what the hell's wrong with you, man? What, are you crazy or something? But anyway, we had that guy as a president actually at one point, believe it or not. We get some interesting people as presidents from time to time. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Waka Waka What, once again, who puts in another 20. And thank you once again for the second support. It said to raise awareness about pressing issues, the destruction of Russian Bobcats, Costco enchiladas, in the back. If time allows, discuss another serious topic, the logistics of purchasing Costco baby oil in bulk. No Senor Diddy.
Oh, we gotta say as a statement, Costco does not sell baby oil. We just have to say, we have to say that. But I do thank you massively for the support, and I wish that we could talk about some really interesting topics, but we're actually starting to run a little low on time. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we forgot to grab a question for the chat for Zyper. So, grabbing that live chat question in honor of Zyper Sniper Super Chat, this one goes to AF Kaplan, who said, has Turkey made any statements about the Russian attack on its vessel?
The Российской Федерации, I don't know how to say announcement in Russian. I'm sorry, folks. I'm trying to get a little bit better at the whole speaking foreign languages deal. But we have not heard them make any significant statements about it. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Old Warrior Fella, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well, for that support once again. And he said, I can't find any other reports so far concerning the post by Thai conflicting with POTUS. You brought receipts. Is it a scoop?
I suppose it kind of is the scoop. I guess no one else has covered it yet, but I guess we were the ones first to the punch. Nothing new on that. We've done that a lot, actually, in the past. It's just that it's not often. It's like, it's not all the time, but it does happen from time to time. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that quite well, at least the best we can. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, occasionally from time to time, one of these massive Twitter pages, by the way, that don't necessarily follow us on Twitter, but they must be observing our Twitter page a little bit, because as far as I can tell, we were the first ones in a Western media source that actually reposted and talked about that on Twitter and actually showed the message that the Prime Minister had put out. Then right after I did that, some major Twitter page. I won't name them because I don't know for a fact they just saw our stuff, but they must have seen it because I was the only one talking about it. They put something out about it. So I think people like lurk around our page from time to time. They don't necessarily follow the page. I think they're lurking because I'm like, how'd they hear about that when literally it was like buried? Like we had to go digging for it and we didn't even see it until we really dug deep for it. So, but anyways, by the way, we're going to move on to our next one. We're running low on time here. But our next one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And Robert said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and just chiming in. And my daughter graduates college tomorrow morning. Also, congratulations, by the way.
Hey, congrats. Yeah, that's really great to hear, actually. And I got to say, a big congratulations. I'm sure you're really proud, and I'm sure everyone would be proud in that sort of a situation. But a massive thanks to you so much for the support, and I hope that you have a good time at your daughter's graduation tomorrow. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Jamal Hamilton, who puts in a 10. He said, I'm very interested in the results of Ukraine's Sapsan missile system and how it will be in Russia. And I'm glad Ukraine was able to manufacture their own domestic ballistic cruise missiles in-house and Slava Ukraine.
And I would agree. And Slava Ukraine, the Ram Slava, and I'm waiting to see how the Sapsan will perform as well. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And Luden GG said, what game are you boys on? Well, the only one I'm on multiplayer would be squad. So if you play squad, you might have me in your squad at some point. But I play that game straight, folks. There's not really a lot of playing around. But anyway, so that I don't mean like I'm like a sweat or anything. I just mean that I'm just more down into business of just calling out the infantry, taking the objectives, following the SL, and just doing what you're supposed to do in squad. I find it therapeutical sometimes. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And I don't play games. But
damn, okay. Bro, just dropping a hard bar. I don't play games.
Man, honestly, that came out a little bit tougher than I was intending it to. That was an unintentional tough comment right there coming from me. But seriously speaking, though, I actually don't play any video games. I used to play them a bit. These days, I'm either on Twitter gathering information and news, talking to sources, and doing things like that throughout the day, making a short war video, jumping on the stream, preparing for the stream, or I'm outside exercising. That's usually what I'm doing these days. And then outside of that, I tend to business and respond to emails and things like that. So, and also occasionally adding some Patreon content in there occasionally as well. While I'm outside, I usually like try to film something if I can to add content for Patreon. So that's what I'm doing. So I actually don't play any video games. I'm outside now. I'm actually getting out into the real world. I'm actually out there breathing air outside of the house, which is scary times. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to that Jordan man who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, you guys are low-key one of the only channels out there that report this stuff without fear-mongering, and which is, for some reason, very common now. And on that note, what do you prefer, pancakes or waffles?
Pancakes every time. I like the squishiness, or more so I like the texture of a pancake better than a waffle. What do you think, Matthew?
Honestly, I don't eat either one of them, to be honest with you. I kind of get like the shakes after eating either one of those things because of the syrup and all the sugar with it and stuff like that. So I usually don't touch either one of them, honestly.
But if you had to pick, which one would you?
If I was forced to pick, like for example, if I was like in some deep trouble and I had to pick, or otherwise it could be in some a fix, I would probably pick like pancakes, honestly, because the waffles hold too much syrup.
Yeah, honestly, I would agree with that too. But I'll be straight up with you, folks. I'll be straight up with you. I like waffles. That's the best thing. And I got to thank you so much for the support and really enjoying the way we do the show. We don't fear-monger, and we also put a lot of comedy to lighten this up a good bit in it, or just kind of play it straight and just cover the news as it is. And I got to say, I love to know that people really do enjoy the approach we take, because there are a lot of people out there who do fear-monger. But the thing is that you got to understand, nothing against them. They're trying to game the system as far as how the algorithms work on the internet and on YouTube. Generally, things that are extreme get the most attention, no matter what. That's why, like, if y'all don't know, that's why Mr. Beast's channel succeeded, is because it's always doing an extreme of something. You know, of anything for that matter, but it's the extremeness of it that draws attention. And so a lot of people have realized that in every single category, it's something extreme. Like when you look at gaming channels, who do you watch? You watch the best players. It's an extreme of a population. It's the best of the best players in the game, and they make a channel, and then they become extremely popular because they're incredibly good. You're watching one of the best out there. When you watch entertainment channels like Mr. Beast, you're watching something extreme. It draws the people in because people want to see something extreme. And that's also, crazy enough, how political accounts work. Political accounts only put out stuff politically that leans hard right, I mean far right or far left. It's really nowhere in between, and there's no one down the middle anymore because it just doesn't garnish any attention. It's extreme statements, like insane ones that get the attention. That's generally how it works on everything. So when we do our show, I will say this, and this is something that some people point out, and they try and like then go nuts on us. We do get into that sensationalism because if you don't, you will completely fail. There's no way to not do that on YouTube. But at the same time, when we actually cover the news, we actually want it to be factually correct and true. So, while our titles usually make it, it's all in bold, all caps, and it's putting out the situations in the broadest of terms. Also, because we don't have a lot of room to type out a title in the title section. But once you get on the channel, you see that the news is just straight up. It is what it is. And it's not nuclear bombers are flying every day and everyone's going to die tonight. And you do that every day for every part of the year. We'll talk about stuff and be like, war is coming, but it's 2 years from now, so don't worry right now. But it is going to be coming around the corner. We'll say stuff like that because that's an accurate statement to make. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you so much for the support, and thank you for the kind words and enjoying how we do the show, because we really are kind of more so on an island unto our own and how we do a lot of things, and we're always proud to know that people really enjoy that we do it the Enforcer way. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Joppy1992, put in a 10. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. They said a big difference now is that life expectancy rates are higher than ever, and even fatality rates amongst infants are lower than ever before, and people are more estranged from death than ever before.
That honestly is actually kind of true to an extent. A lot of people, that could be one of the reasons. I think that a lot of what's happening in the modern day and age is attributes to it a bit, like things that have truly changed. Like that, for example, people are very removed from death these days. People are hardly exposed to it at all. People used to be exposed to death when they were children. You'd see people dying around you all the time. You'd see your brothers and sisters that were just born before or after you dying. And that's something that removes a lot of the concept of mortality to a lot of people. You never really see it. But I also will say that I'll be honest with you all, this is something I haven't said all night, but I'll throw it out there for a second. I think that chemical imbalances may be an issue. Like, for example, the introduction of microplastics into the environment. I think that might actually be a bit of an issue. It might be affecting the chemical imbalances of people, possibly, that's leading them to not be as voracious at having children as they have in the past. I mean, that's a possibility because it has been proven that other sorts of chemical imbalances or afflictions or poisonings by lead and mercury and other things have produced some form of results like that in the past. So who would say that something like microplastics couldn't be possibly doing that as well? And then that would become...
Doesn't microplastics contamination, like in a human body, doesn't it like leach like some form of like estrogen or something like that? Doesn't it do something like that? It's like a hormone that's like leaching, or do I have that wrong?
I don't think it's a hormone. I think it's some sort of like a chemical compound, like PCB or something like that is leaching. But most of it actually like from what I remember, I think most of it, at least in men, actually accumulates inside of the brain or inside of the testicles. I think it's actually in those two areas. As like what would affect fertility more, at least when we're speaking on the side of men, if microplastics are starting to affect your one, fertility down there, and then two, your mental processes possibly. I mean, that could be a possibility right there.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I had it wrong. I was thinking of when I said estrogen, that's like, I think that's a female hormone right there. I was thinking about a hormone disruptor that interferes with the endocrine glands that produces hormones, I believe. And apparently, microplastics, allegedly, according to the AI summary, they apparently do disrupt hormones by mimicking or blocking natural hormones. So apparently, it does have a real effect. Now, I'm not really sure to what degree that effect actually occurs, but maybe that's a reason for it.
Yeah, it could be a reason for it, and that could also be a reason why fertility is dropping no matter where. Because it's like, why in the world would there be a reason for North Korea's fertility to drop? Well, they do drink fresh water, and microplastics are in pretty much all fresh water now. So then that would be correlation between the two that would exist that would lead to the reason why fertility rates are dropping as a standard in most places. But then again, there's still outliers to that, like the Indian subcontinent, the Middle East, and Africa. And then we have to explain if the microplastics in the water is affecting everyone else in the world, why is it not affecting these people in these parts of the world? Because they are also drinking the same fresh water that is a part of the water cycle that has microplastics in it as well. So it's
well, it doesn't cause infertility, I don't think. Like, I think it can it may like have an impact on it. I don't think it like completely makes people infertile though. I think the problem is it's reducing, like, for example, in males, it's reducing testosterone. An endocrine disruptor could disrupt your natural hormones, which for males, testosterone, for women, estrogen, that disrupts that. So, that can lead to all kinds of problems. Reduced testosterone in males, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't produce infertility, but it could produce, say, some mental aptitude to just not want to have kids or not really care about that as much as one would normally without that sort of microplastic impact present.
Yeah. That's what I was telling you about the low T commercials earlier about, she'll like it too and stuff
And
like
she'll
that.
like-
That's what I was talking about. Yeah. I
Uh,
hated that commercial, by the way. Every time that damn thing would come on, it was so awkward and stuff because it would come on like every single commercial break, pretty much on all the channels. I was like, why is this thing everywhere? You can't escape it. And my parents would always be in the room when that stupid commercial would come on. It was always awkward as hell. I was like, well, who the hell approved this commercial? It's like this innuendo is like not very covert. It's like it's very obvious what the hell they're talking about in this commercial. It's like this is like I just don't even get it. It's like, did people really sign up for that thing?
Man, I don't even know. I don't even know. But beyond that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here goes to Peace Couture Outdoors, who puts in the 5. And they said, hello there, and so glad to be with you tonight. And I have another medieval question. In the Hussite Wars, would you have sided with the Catholics or the Hussites?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually would have sided with the Hussites because this is actually speaking more about theological stuff. Matthew and me are Protestants. We're not Catholics. And the Hussites were protoplasmic Protestants, basically. Although the Taborites were just like, they were practically communist almost. They went to like this extreme. But that's a whole giant rabbit hole for a whole other time. But I still would have aligned with the Hussites because, at least as far as theological agreements, culturally we'd be completely different than both sides because we're modern Americans. We share nothing culturally similar to either group. But I would still say that I would side with the Hussites. And also on top of that, it would have been crazy to know that Jan Hus was the commander of your side. I mean, they won hands down against the entire Catholic world twice, like 2 times over. I mean, that is military prowess that is practically unheard of. It's a crazy thing that's not talked about a lot in history, especially during the latter medieval period, because those wars were absolutely insane. And the Wagenburg tactics were incredibly cool too. And what's even funnier and cooler about that is that in the Wild West, we actually used Wagenburg tactics, which are wagon war tactics, which is where you take all of your wagons and you put them in like a big circle, and then you either shoot your guns from between the openings in the wagons, or you climb in the wagons and you shoot from them as basically a mobile moving fortress, and you're firing from a rampart. So pretty cool, honestly. I mean, like, I would have sided with the Hussites, me personally. Not that I have anything against Catholics, it's just that at least theologically, I would agree more with the Hussite cause than the Catholic cause at that time. And also on top of that, the Czechs were, and also, let's see, it was, oh damn. Well, actually, Jan Hus wasn't the commander. Jan Hus was the guy who was killed. I'm trying to think about the guy. He had the eye patch. Oh my God, Zizka.
You talking about that congressman?
Zizka.
Oh,
No, not that congressman, that Crawford. I'm talking about I'm talking about Zizka. Zizka was the commander of the Hussite forces. Jan Hus was the man who was burned at the stake for heresy, which honestly wasn't even really heresy, but the Catholic Church was going absolutely wild at that point. And also they were starting to lose a grip. And also, actually, funnily enough, folks, people don't know this, but it was the Hussites that gave Martin Luther, to some extent, his inspiration to write the 95 Theses, which is what created the schism within the Catholic Church, which would create the Protestant parts of Northern Europe and then remain the Catholic parts of Southern Europe as Catholic. So a fairly interesting sort of historical movement, at least in the Christian faith. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support, and a really interesting question, and honestly, an underrated period of history and a war from that period. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Joppy once again, who puts in a 5 this time. He said, truly humble under God, thug. Also, by the way, if y'all know what that's referencing, by the way, there was a trial that involved a very infamous rapper
Oh,
in
yeah.
Atlanta. And I think it was the lawyer for the defense of the rapper came out and said that thug meant truly humble under God. I was like, "Are you joking?" I mean, it caught the headlines. It was so ridiculous that people were like, is he being serious? He's actually saying that thug, like when you call somebody a thug, means truly humble under God. Like, just it was insane, honestly, like crazy stuff. But he said, "Thug life, Erdogan and Putin.
Man, truly
They're definitely
humble.
not truly humble under God. Neither one of
Man,
them."
no. Really, no leader is. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And I got to say, that's a pretty funny one. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ryan H. on Wheels, who puts in a 5. He said, "Y'all should interview Zelensky, and it would be 10 times better than mainstream media interviews and LSA."
I wish we could, but nobody really responds to our interview requests. We requested an interview with the Secretary of State, and he never even responded at all with a no. So I don't know if Zelensky...
Well, I didn't do it right. If we want to interview, I got to contact his press people. I did it over Twitter, like really informal. Like, I literally tagged him in a tweet and was like, "Hey, you want to do an interview?" That's not the proper way to do it. If we actually want an interview, we'd have to go through the proper channels for it.
I'll be honest with you, Matthew, if we did an interview, it would probably go quite poorly at this point because, like, I would be like, why are we saying that there's a ceasefire in Cambodia when there isn't one? And then you're putting me on the spot, and then it would turn into that. It probably wouldn't turn out well. What is the foreign policy initiative right now? What is America trying to achieve? We probably wouldn't even get an actual answer on that because I don't think there is one. So I don't think that interview would go too well. And then we'd probably be called political after that because we would have been grilling the Secretary of State who's political. It probably wouldn't turn out too well. Probably best that didn't happen. But but beyond that, I do have to say big thanks to you for the support. And maybe one day we can interview Zelensky. It might be possible, hopefully. But it's still a big thanks to you once again for support. Gotta say big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, we'd probably get called Piggy. We're not trying to have our whole channel dragged through the mud and destroyed over one interview. So, probably don't want all that. We don't want that Piggy heat. We don't want that. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Joppy, who puts in a 5 once again. Who said, "The U.S., constantly showing a clearly strong desire to broker peace in all the conflicts that arise, is starting to show less and less effectiveness."
It's practically showed no effectiveness since the start of this year, honestly. It's also, I think a lot of people are catching on to the fact that this is pretty much just trying to position one dude for a Nobel nomination for a stupid medal that means nothing really to anyone. I think a lot of people are catching on to that and they're like, whatever. This is basically like a telemarketer deal. Like, would you like to have a car extended warranty? And it's like, no. It's like, no thanks, click. And then you just keep going on with your war. So with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Joppy yet again, who puts another 5. And he said, "As a continuation of my previous super chat, it's not like the U.S. was particularly effective prior to this year." Yeah, true. The efforts to strong arm has proven that the world is one where only actions do the talking.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with both of those statements. And I feel like we absolutely just. We do absolutely criticize the current administration, but you are absolutely right. The last administration wasn't really a path of roses either. We just watched them literally do nothing, and we'd be like, "What the hell are they doing?" It's like, what are they doing? And I would say that inaction and terrible actions generally produce about the same results. It's just that inaction is hard to criticize because due to the fact that nothing has been done, it's hard to take anything and go, "How stupid is that?" Because there's nothing to latch onto. But with the current administration, they openly make actions that end up with as bad as results of the last administration, but they're actively working on doing that. Like, it's not just something they're sitting back and letting happen. They're actively involved in the process of it, which makes it something that we can latch onto and just go ham on, because as far as the analysis goes, they're absolutely terrible decisions. It's not just bad outcomes from inaction, it's terrible outcomes because of terrible actions. But still, I do thank you so much for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, a huge shout to Blazov for putting in a 3, and a huge shout to Robert Planting for putting in a 2. And we appreciate the both of you very, very much. And we also have a $5 super chat from Ed. And Ed said, "Hello there, Irish Ed here. And do you think after Ukraine wins the war, do you think Zelensky will retire from office after things calm down?"
Oh, I think he certainly will. I don't think he's going to be president for life in Ukraine. And I think he's probably wanting to get out of there right now, to be honest, but he really is kind of stuck. But a big thanks to you so much for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Great Southwest Trains, who puts in a 5. And he said, "I've been sick for a bit, but it's good returning back to the Enforcer channel."
Hey, and welcome back, Great Southwest Trains. It's great to have you here. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, folks, it is now time to jump into our live chat questions proper and our Morse code decoders. And we had tonight all the Morse coders. We had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Araba Garbo, Harrell Fluffiness, Kush, Copy Terry, Siren, Brian, Blairstown. They said the Morse code says, "That is a soldier that claims he took a town but didn't. He's a soldier that's rushing to victory." LOT, LZ.
And and that's the sound of money. And get it? He's Russian. He's Russian to victory. Oh, but beyond that, I gotta say a big congrats to y'all on the Lee Springer Cinema Corps for getting that correct. Surely an absolutely incredible thing to know that y'all are getting that correct time and time again. And so with that, it's time for us to move on into the live chats. Due to significant time constraints, because this stream is almost 4 hours long, we're going to be getting 3 live chats, and then we're going to be rounding this thing on out for the night. So we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to Andreas Scout, who said, "Any news on that South Korean thing from yesterday with those Apache spoofing situation going on?"
It was spoofing, and really nothing came out of it at all. So basically a nothing burger, really. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one's going to go to Matthew, who said, "How significant do you think sea drones will be in the next 2 years of combat?"
Well, listen, Matthew, if you want to ask me that, you can just ask me that all fast. I'm just kidding with you. Man. How you doing? But anyways, moving on from that. Naval drones are already incredibly effective at this moment. Deadly effective. And they are going to become a huge part doctrinally of coastal defense. To be entirely honest with you, I think that those sorts of boats are actually going to make coastal patrol vessels or littoral combat ships basically obsolete, because it's going to put them under such significant risk of being lost, especially when getting close to an enemy nation's shores, or the shores of any island for that matter. They'll be practically ineffective to get a ship that close, so those ships will no longer serve a purpose. So I'd have to say that these things are going to be wildly important in modern warfare, much like drone warfare is in general on all ends, and because of that, it's probably going to change the doctrine of naval warfare entirely moving into the future. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
This one goes to Avari Mandabratis, who said, "Does Thailand have the naval capacity to completely blockade sea routes to Cambodia, and don't they still need forces on their west coast?"
Technically, they do. Cambodia's coast isn't that long, and Cambodia really doesn't have a standing navy that's significant, so they actually could technically blockade Cambodia and just completely cut them off from any form of shipping or logistics by sea, which is most of it. They don't really need any naval forces for their west coast. It's a fairly inactive area, and also Burma has been embroiled in civil war for so long. The only threat that they pose is possible errant fire coming across the border in the northern region of Thailand, but that's about it. So I hope that does address that the best that I can. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. Now that is a long stream, 4 hours long, but nevertheless, a lot of people stuck it through. We were able to get 12.5 thousand viewers here at the peak, and over the course of the stream, 92,000 people watched. We're entirely honored and massively appreciative to know that so many of y'all have continued to watch this channel and consider it to be your primary source of news. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And if there is enough news to make a short war video tomorrow, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all to the 100,000 people that were here by the end of the stream tonight. We do appreciate every single one of you for joining us here again on another night of streams on December the 12th. And we will see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next night of War News streaming, and maybe midday tomorrow for a short war video if the news is big enough to make a video tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. And in the meantime, we will see you all then. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.
To God.